There we go. Let me double check the audio. Looks good. Stick on. Hello, everybody. Yes, I agree. Music is a great vibe. Let me refresh those. There we go. Now we're good. Turn this up, and we should be good to go. Hi, how are ya? How you been? Haven't seen you since some time ago. Let me go ahead and how's it going today? It's going great. Hi, Bert. It's going great. I am ready. I am refreshed. I am revivified. I'll put this on 3 minutes and then we'll start in 3 minutes. So the usual 5. I think I might chunk it down a bit. Do 10, maybe do 5 minutes. Yep, we're all good to go. I'm really excited. I wanted to start doing, well, one of the reasons I wanted to start streaming was because I couldn't get to, I didn't get to do a lot of pixel art weekly. I was too busy either editing or recording scripts and things for my videos, so doing these weekly streams helps me keep up with my pixel art even if I don't get to it during the week. I can still tweak it a little bit and do something, learn something, and do some fun stuff. So I'm excited and I'm happy this is a new tweak, a different way to do things and everything. I'm excited though. I actually have done tile maps before. I didn't remember because it was so long ago. Let me see if I can find it in my files. I made a very long, well, I say long time ago, it was probably 3 years. But my memory is so short, that long time ago. 3 years? Nah, don't remember a thing. But I did a very simple tile map, and I think I can find it. Super simple tile map. And all it was placeholder, so it wasn't even really a tile map to begin with. It was just something to get something down, to have something to hold and to trust. Oh, I found it. Here we are, let's see. What do we have here? We have... I'm trying to see if I have specific buildings. Did some about 10 years ago in an RPG project. They were a little janky. Yeah, the janky's good. Janky works. You gotta have something, and then you can start on everything else. I found it though. But I agree, yeah. It's janky usually because you're not too sure about what you're doing. But as you kind of go on. Then again, janky can also be just because you're rushing. Which is also completely fine. I found it though. Very simple tile map. As you can see, this is all I did. It was a dirt block and grass patches over it. Very simple. Let me see what else I can find in here. I also have a little house I made. Let me copy this. And I think down the line it'd be fun to spice it up a bit and do a renovation of this game. The thing is, when you're prototyping like games, you're never sure if it's gonna work or not. And that was always, oh, I don't even think I have time to show it. We will not show the house, but yeah. You never know if you have time to upgrade it. And I think after I finish this game, maybe we'll move on to that one because it's a side scroller. But I don't know if it'll be a fun side scroller. It sounded fun in concept, but until you actually prototype it, you really don't know. Now that time's up though, let me bring it to another screen. Oh, hold on. Let me bring it to another screen. The screen, a plan screen, schedule screen. I want to introduce a new topic called Pixel Art of the Day. After we do that, we'll go over some, and let me pull it up here so I don't have to keep looking back and forth. After we do that, we'll go over some resources for tile maps. Then we'll ask what's a tile map. We'll gather perspective. I think that's really important when it comes to tile maps. We'll go over some inspiration I have for ideas with coming up with a dungeon-themed tile map, and then we'll try making a tile map. We'll start to finish. I thought it would be fun to make this new segment. Let me open up this. Alright. And let me go here. I thought it would be a nice new segment to do at the start of the stream where we take a few minutes to dissect some artwork and pick it apart. And hopefully doing this a lot of times lets us train our eyes and everything and get keener in understanding. I found this on Twitter by Indy Shalov. I hope I'm saying that right. So I want to just take a few minutes initially to just look at this, take it in, and see what we can spot. And then hopefully it'll help us not only apply it to our tile set, but in the future we can think back and apply it to future things. That's the idea here. And with that said, let me go ahead and let's try 3 minutes. How does that sound? I'll get my pen up. And then... oh, one other note is that I do have a Discord. And in the Discord, if you want to send me your pixel art, we could try maybe putting your artwork in this early section. I think that could be fun to dissect some artwork. That said, let's go ahead and reset this for 3 minutes. With that started, now let's take a look at this art. First things first, aside from the white outline, I think it's important to note how it seems to be a colored outline, or shaded outline. I always get that mixed up. Where you can see here, there's yeah, it looks good, but now you gotta ask, why does it look good? I think when you're looking across Twitter and other platforms, you look at art and you think, man, this looks good, and then you keep going. Sometimes you're like, well, what do I like about it? I like the blue roof, and then you keep going. And I think you continuously upgrade your art. It's good to try to take apart the artwork to figure out why it looks nice. For example, these outlines here, let me get another color. These outlines here is a shaded outline. We've got, or is a solid, let's see. We have a dark gray to, let me zoom in a little bit, contrast the inside, and then you have this dark green. So it might be a single color. You have dark green for grass as the outline, dark brown for wood, blue, brown. Yeah, it's a single colors. They just outline in the color. They don't use black. Another thing you might note is that, let's see. Here was what really drew my eye. I liked how they were able to get the texture of the house and the wood. You can kind of see it swirling like it does with regular wood. And I thought that was a neat feature. There's not really an outline, it's just lines. There's not really much detail here, but I think that's also because it's in a dark area. So we can think to ourselves, all right, well, if we're making a dark scene, less detail, the better. If we want a brighter scene, maybe more detail, the better. Something like that. What else can we notice? I'd say here, this is a common thing I see very often. Yeah, the mix of stone and wood gives some good contrast, and the details of like axe, the log pile, and the moss / grass on the roof make it feel lived in. I agree, it makes it feel very homey. This shows it's lived in, and this shows age. If there wasn't this moss, it might not look as old. Something like here, it's not straight. The rocks, it's got a little bit of a indent to it, which makes it feel, how does it feel? If it were straight, it would feel very aligned. This makes it feel put together, more homey, I think. You can see here as well, you can ask, well, where's our light coming from? I'd say maybe it's coming from above. Possibly. Here is shaded. Here is also shaded. But you can see here is shaded too. But where would our light be coming from? Maybe not there. Maybe it's coming from here. Possibly over there. That way, all of this gets lined in. This is all in light. This is in darkness. I think that's where our light's coming from. And I think that's important to note because lighting's important. And to make something feel more realistic, you gotta think about where the light's coming from. That's been 30 minutes of dissecting this. Maybe next time we'll have to do it a little bit longer. Oh yeah, you can also tell here as well. This side's completely dark. When we scoot over. This area here. Yeah, I think we were right about the lighting. Now that we have done that, let's move back to our screen. And now we move on to resources. So in our resources, let me go ahead and save this. And I will pop up my Firefox. As always, you can go to my current stream on YouTube. Let me go into screen. You can go to my current stream on YouTube. You can go into the documents here. You can go into the playlist here. When you click the documents, open up. Oh, well, I already have it open. Here in documents, me when I have to think about lighting. Yeah, lighting is a really hard topic. It's a topic I still don't understand, but it's one you kind of have to continuously do. Let me close this. Alright, so in these documents, and also something new I added, hopefully it works. If I do exclamation point notes, it should link to the document. Yeah, there you go. So you can do that as well to check out the documents. Here, though, this is the link. The link brings you to here. There is a playlist that I watched and took notes on. Where it is here. There's a playlist of videos I watched on YouTube talking about tile sets, and I thought these were the most handy, most helpful that I found. So you can watch these and take your own notes. I try to have them... because this isn't technically a learning, it's more of a study in a sense of I have no experience. These people do have experience, so you can go watch these experienced people. And I watched these people and I took notes on these people. That's that playlist. And then here we have article website. Now, I have talked about this book before. I will continue to talk about it. This is a really good book. It's $10, but it talks about all things pixel art. It talks about, for example, shading, lighting, you can see down here. And it goes over a lot of different topics. There is a free version you can check out. You can look at the free version and see if it's up your alley. I think the free version definitely still gives insight into things. And I keep, every time I'm trying to learn a new pixel art topic, it's the main book I go to initially learn something. But after that, we have some sprite resources, and we will get into those in a second, as this brings us to our third benchmark. Go back over here. You can see, what is a tile map? Tile maps are pretty quote-unquote simple to explain. They are maps, they're tiles, and I can show you in concept. Let me unselect and go to a different screen. I've got a lot of layers here. Let's see, what can I click on? Maybe I can go down here? No. Few layers here and there, trying out a different structure. It's a little mushed together, but we'll get through it. Alright. I will show you here. And we'll go back to concepts. So a tile map, you can kind of think of it like a sticker book. I think that's the best way to explain it. You can see up here, this is a scene from Undertale. Let me zoom out a little bit. This is a scene from Undertale. Let me zoom in a little bit more. There we go. A scene from Undertale. I just realized I can press that button. And put it down here. And also, get rid of that timer. So this is a scene from Undertale. All of these repeating... Oops. All of these repeating... Oh, why can't I write on you? Ah, because it was on the wrong tab. There we go. I should be able to write now. Nice. So these are repeating tabs. You might think of, for example, bricks as a tile map, where you have your brick wall and it has a pattern. We have all of these patterns from Undertale, these bricks here. You have leaves, you have this texture here, and once you have a completed tile map, the goal is that you can just use it like a picture book or like stickers, where you can go around and stick them together. And I can go ahead and pull that up for you in a sprite. Let me go to the folder. Got a lot of folders. Let's see, Pixelart, Then we go here. We go to, where'd you go? Go to Alright, found you. Okay. If I go into a sprite and show you, right here. Here in a sprite, you can see these are the files, or at least the files that someone has been able to get from Undertale. And we have our tiles. And our tiles are these individual blocks, these individual containers. And from those, you can piece together a map. Or not a map, more so a spreadsheet, a grid, the best way to explain it. And you can get this for yourself, this tile sheet. We go back to our resources. It did come in handy. And we go back to here. And on here, down here, we have the sprite resource. The sprite resource. These are just tile maps you can get that are from games, released games. Like for example, Terraria. They have all the sprite sheets, all the sprites, and under tiles, you can get the tile map. And you can look at the tile maps for yourself and try to understand them, try to break them down. For example, down here, again, we have our Undertale. And you can just go down here and you have all the backgrounds, all the sprites. And look at them and take them in. You can do what we just did before, where we try to dissect what we liked about the art and break it down, question why the artist made the decisions that they did. And then down here are some itch.io tile sets, not from specific games. These are tile sets that you can also download. Some of them are free, some of them aren't. The ones I have on here are free. You can download those and also to take them apart and break them bit by bit. And since we are going to be doing dungeon tile sets, I have on here dungeon tile sets. But there is so many. A lot of them are for outside. But since, I thought it might be spicy, a little fancy, and let's do some dungeon. That would be cool. Now that we have talked about that though, I want to move back over to concept and focus on our next objective, which is, after talking about what is a tile map, I want to talk about perspective. Let's move back over to perspective. Alrighty. Now, I think these perspectives, oops, I'm gonna have to figure out a better way to probably put chat down. Hold on. Let me do that now. That'd be easier. Put you down here. That way I can do you up here. This is a little bit better. These, I would say, are your typical perspectives for your games. These are your atypical, you might say. I really haven't seen many games have this perspective, or this one, or this one. And let me... which layer is it? I gotta get better at naming things, but it's in the works. It is... oops. Also new to the program. Let's see. Is it this one? Yeah, it's that one. Alright. This is in the Pixelart book I talked about. You'll find these, and again, there's just a whole chapter on it. These are 3 perspectives. Now, looking at these perspectives, what do you think the perspectives are? This one is the face of the house, you can see. This one's kind of the face and the top of the house. This one's our side, oops, or let me make sure it's the right layer. There we go. This one is kind of a side and face. Even if we go back to our up here that we were looking at, you can actually, it is in perspective, isn't it? You have your side, oops. It's doing that because it's below. Let me move it up. You have your side and you have this side. And you can also see the top. This face perspective is called, well, in the book it's called side scroller. Left to right, it's your front perspective. Let me zoom out a little bit. And I can draw right down here after I take this guy and move him up. See? Side scroller. And all that is just the face. Oops. The face of the block. You can only see one side, the face. Let me zoom in a little bit. Like it right there. You can only see the front of it. This is the front. And this one, you can see not only the side, but you can also see the top. So one might call this top down. And let me select and drag top down. And I can go ahead and tell you. So you have, again, your initial face. And then you have your top down. Now we can see a top right up here. And we can see the face right up here. And then this one, done this one before, is isometric. And let me go ahead and drag. There we go. Which is just where all 3 sides are equal. And we have our... This one's a little tricky to draw out. Just your side, your front, your top. One thing is you will have to know perspective, but not like you think so. You just have to figure out what perspective, and then you can fake your perspective. For more realistic, you might want to do true perspective, but when you're working with tile sets, it seems like the consensus is you want everything to be, what's the word? Standardized. You want everything to be standardized. You don't want something to vary in perspective. You have your top, you have your front, you have your top, and you have your side. That's isometric, and that is what this artwork is. So now that we know it's isometric, if you were to draw something like this, you have to know how to show the top, the side, the front. This artwork would look different if we drew it from the top or top down. It's all about choosing the right tool for what you want to accomplish. This one is, if you can take a guess, top down. And I can go ahead and draw here. Oops. Which layer did I use? Oh no. This one, top down. You're only seeing the top. Now, I wasn't able to find very good examples of when this is used in games. But it is I like to call these the more uncommon ones. These are the ones I don't see. This is your top. This one is weird. These last two are very weird. I think even more uncommon than your top. This one is, I believe, called the oblique. Let's see. Did I get it right? And I can also move these back up like this. Top and oblique. Yep. And oblique means, because I wasn't sure how to say it, I also have the description down here, the definition. Neither parallel nor at a right angle to a specific implied. And all that means, now that I've read that, is your front is, you like oblique hacks, really? What games are oblique? Don't make me asking. Are there any games that you've seen that are? I have not seen it before, but I'm curious. Oblique is your front is flat. And then, oh, I see. Yeah, I'm not sure how it would look in a game. I think this helps with the perspective of oblique, but yeah, that's completely fine. It's kind of tricky to think about the game in terms of perspective, so I understand. See, we have that, and then everything else is tilted. For example, this goes up, and then this goes up. That's your oblique. Everything is slanted except the face. Like this. And then here, now this one, you're not gonna guess this one. I couldn't guess this one. So I know. Well, I mean, you might. Again, pretty uncommon. But I thought these were just good to cover. To just show different perspectives. 45 degrees diametric. Did you guess it? And this one is, again, I was really confused. This one's for showing off the top side of your perspective. For example, this one shows your front because the front is the most dominant. This one's supposed to show off the top. And the top can be a little bit flat. If your top down up here, and then your bottom two are equal. So it's only when two sides are equal. You have your flat top, and oh, I don't even have to move it anymore. And I also just noticed, chat didn't even move with the thing. You know what? That means we don't even need that. Whoever needed it. So I'll cross these off. Get rid of that little guy up there. And kind of something like this. A little hard to explain as I just recently learned about it. But because it's so foreign, unless it's a style you like, I definitely don't think it's a worthy investment to get to understand. Here you can kind of even see it looks like my isometric, but a little bit different. You can see the top more. It's always just about what are you going for? And let me go ahead and just plop that in and plop this in. Like that. Alright, Now that we've talked about our perspectives, I would like to bring you back to the study document. The screen. I have a few games that I was able to come up with for perspectives, but if you do find or come across them, send them my way. These are all games that were available on the Sprite resource that you could get. So, for example, you might see a game like... actually, you might see a game like Phalanx. It's a game in early release. It is a side-scroller, but it's not on the Sprite resource. So all of these are just examples of games published that are on the Sprite resource. And then these are just assets from asset website itch.io. And now that we have our perspectives, we kind of know what we're dealing with. We can look at some examples. And let me go back to concept once more. Here we are. We can take a look again at our Undertale. And just looking at these, what perspective would you call it? Knowing what we know, we have our top, we have our side, and in the game we do go left and right, but Undertale is a top-down, where you can even see here, you can see the top, which are, let me grab my pen again, and let me go to a higher layer. You can see the top of the bricks, and you can see the side of the bricks. And it's interesting to note, as I was putting these down and everything in here, you can't see these sides when you're doing a room. And I think that's important to note, as if you're trying to decorate a room and you want to get all the angles of a room, you're gonna have trouble with those two sides. You'll only be able to show the back wall. So you might want to do a different perspective if that's your goal, compared to you want to show a person going left to right. And since you're going left to right, you don't really need a lot of other areas. Compared to Terraria. Compared to Terraria, which is a side scroller, you can see it's flat, and that is what they're going for. The front of the block. You can't see the top. It is just a flat block. You have your down, you have your left and right. You can't see the top of the tree. You can only see from the side view of the tree. And now we've looked at Undertale and Terraria. Let's look at some sprites. Let's look at some textures from the games. Oops. Now we've already glanced at Undertale, but I want to look at it a little bit more in detail. Let me go back to a sprite view. And in here, you can see some tricks that they used. Oops. I'm not sure if Toby Fox was responsible for solely only the sprites. So I'll say him, but it could be him and his team. Here you can see, again, the blocks. And when you pair these up together, they link together, and then you make a wall. You have the front side of the wall, you have the side parts of the wall, and you have the bottom of the wall. And with these pieces, you can make a room. You've got some sprites for the beginning of the game, where you have these flowers, and you can notice here as well, this is a corner, this is a bottom. There's no centerpiece. If we wanted to make it 3x3, we would have to add a centerpiece to the flowers instead of just 6. But, oh, actually we would need 7. And let me show you why. Let me do this. I can copy, oops, not like that. I can copy like this. And then I can paste here. Alright, so how sprite sheets work and how tile sets work, just how tile sets work. Step 1 is noting the size, and in Undertale's case, it was 20 by 20, which was a big surprise for me. So let me see if I can change. I know I can. The question is, how? Here, we can change it to 20 by 20 to stay true to the original. And then let's see if we line them up here, like this. Maybe I have to get rid of this, and then we can go ahead and drag these into where they belong. And oh, look at that. Now they're nicely fitting. You can drag this up here. Oops, I selected too much. Drag that up and over, and then drag this up and over. Like So if you were making like a floor tiling for your tile set, you have this, but you run into the issue of maybe you want to do something. Oops. I have to get that fixed for my mouse. But maybe you want to do something along the lines of all of this area being flower instead of it being 2 by 3 by 2 like that. And if we wanted to accomplish that, let's try. We have our 2 by 3 and then we have our 3 by 3. Well, I'll drag that over here and I will go ahead and move these guys. I believe that's how they were. Let me double check. No, they have a little bit more down. It's like here. No, this goes all the way down flat. There we go. All right. Now what we have to do is move these guys up here. And then you can notice the issue. We don't have any tiles for here. We can't just put this here. It's a corner piece. It doesn't fit. You have to kind of figure out what do you need. For example, if we needed that, we would do that. But because this game didn't need it, they didn't do it. So it's less work. I know a lot of people, when they're making tile sets, they make all of the tile sets, even if they don't need them. They make tile sets for situations that don't ever come up. And then they run the risk of doing too much, which is fine. But if you're trying to make something fast and speedy, you want to be a little bit optimized. Let me expand this canvas size, or can I? I'm trying to think in terms of these lines. I don't think it'll be possible. But I always just think it's fun to look at these sprite sheets, take it in, and understand what's being done. I like how everything's shaded. Because it's top down, the light maybe is coming from the top, so you have this glistening at the top. Let's see. This is the scene here. It's only 3 by 2, so only needs to have this. And despite the fact that it's in light, it's not shaded, which is interesting. And again, what we talked about earlier with the surroundings, the outlines, it's all black. And it makes you wonder, well, actually, I'll show you. And let me copy and paste. If it'll... Okay, I did do it. If we do that, and then maybe make this a darker, warmer color, for example, and... Oops. Darker, warmer color, a little bit darker. I want it to be darker than these. Something like that. And then bucket fill and paint all of it. Look at that! What do you think of that? Let me see if I can turn off the, where is it at? The grid. I just turned you on, but I don't want you anymore. 16. I'm changing back to 16 by 16. How do I turn you off? Is it G? No. Control G? Oh boy. I made it to Google. I have no idea. I'm guessing it's this. And it was on for a second. But now... Extras? Oh, I fixed it. Okay, great. So here we have our colored outline and our regular outline. Isn't it interesting how just that simple difference of changing the outline changes the flowers, the artwork completely? Yeah, I really like colored outlines. Black outlines feel a little bit too harsh for me. You could even go a step further with this colored outlines and add some shading. And I do like those. I like those a lot. Those are my favorite, where there's a little bit shading. But it's things like that to keep a note, especially when you're doing pixel art, tile maps, about what are you trying to push? What artwork are you trying to show? And here with the black, it's a dark contrast, and I think that's maybe why he did it. Because this is the start of the game, this is where you spawn. Or to this, which is more so soft, and because this is such a cold environment, maybe the choice was made to do black outlines to show how cold and dark and lonely it feels. If I had to guess. That said, though, let's take a look at Terraria's tile map really quickly. And where is it at? Let's see, we have our top down. Oh, Terraria is side scroller. Let's just have a quick look at Terraria's. And here we are now. Compared to... This might be 8 by 8 actually. Let me check. This is 8 by 10. Ah, okay. I'm gonna guess it's... Oops. I'm gonna guess it's 16 by 16 then. You can see a lot of different small sprites. All of these make up the trees to the total I have to figure out why my middle mouse click. Up here you have your wood. And this just seems to be the tile map sheet for wood. No, there is some grass here as well. In this game, specifically, because you can destroy blocks, it's important you have all the ways you can destroy it. So compared to the flowers, which were set dressing, because these dirt blocks you can modify, they had to have all the options for what you can do when you modify them. So it's a lot more work, but you know why you do a lot more work. And keeping within scope, not doing a little bit too much. I can actually press tab to show a little bit more. Let's see. Now, I still don't know how to accomplish this, but you can kind of see there's a sort of texture here. Let me turn off the extras so we can see a little bit better. There's texturing on these dirt blocks though. And I've still yet to understand how they get to that texturing part. You can see as well on here with the wood, there's texturing. You can tell that the light is coming from... Hold on, let me get my pen. The light seems to be coming from... possibly up here. Oh, that's way too light. Possibly up here. Because we can see that light outline here. And keeping those in note is important, because we want things to be consistent when we're doing our shading and our tiles. Now that we have that done, and we've looked at Terraria, let me bring you back to concepts, because I want to take a quick look at some itch.io tile sprites. Let me go ahead and make sure the thing's not selected. A work in progress, but it works. Let's see. Where are we at? And why are you hidden? Oops. And don't need you, don't need you. Are you hidden? Okay. Delete you. Now, as for... okay. I don't see them. But I did have them. Well, since I did have them, I'll just pull them back up. Pull them back up and keep going. Alright then. I'll bring you back to concept. And I will bring you back to... where are we at? Side scroller, since we were just doing Terraria. Let's look at a dungeon tile pack called the Legacy tile pack. And take a look at some of these pictures on here. And then the tile map itself. Let me drag it. These ones are more dungeon themed. I always like looking, or I think when we make our tile map, it would be a good idea to make it from a scene instead of trying to make it like this. This is the final product. This is all of this compiled together. So I think we should make a scene and then make tile maps depending on what we'll need for the scene. We'll start with a scene and then make them as we go instead of trying to make them and then make a scene from them. I think that's what we should do. So this is a very nice scene, and again you can see what they're doing. Here the center is light, so you can maybe guess the light's coming from here. One thing noted in the videos, the playlist, was contrast. You can see it here. All of this is dark because it's the inside of the tile map. And all of this background is dark. But what you can do, where you can move around at, these platforms, all of this is light. So it indicates you can do something with it. Let me back up a little bit. And up here again, all of this is dark to indicate not what you're supposed to be looking at, it's background noise. So it's interesting here how there's not any here compared to how there's dark stuff here. So it's an interesting choice, but I do like it. I like this wood, and I hope we can do some wood for our dungeon. Now that we've done those, let's try our hands at tile set. Because I'm excited, and I don't want to spend too much time going over everything. We'll kind of maybe go back and forth as we go to see what we need and see what we want. Now, I was struggling a little bit to figure out what type of tile map to make. I want to start making them. I want to start making tile packs. I think that'd be fun. But when you make art, when you make anything really, you need inspiration. You have to find references. You have to find what you're trying to do. And that's the best, when you can have a goal to push towards. And if we go here, this is a program called PureRef. 1 second. This is a program called PureRef, and it's free. You can drag all of your references, images you get, and you can also add names and words, so it makes a good reference sheet. Now, you can't draw on it, but it's good in the sense that you can have it off to the side, and it can also go on top of programs, so it's helpful. And in here, when I thought dungeon, I initially wanted it to be dark and grim. I wanted it to be something like this. Something in this Minecraft mod where you can see all of this dark area here. We have stairs, dark alleyways, we have mossy brick covered cobblestone and moss. Just an overall grimy feel was what I was thinking about. I was thinking maybe we could do some sort of prison or something. And so this down here is, and this is even darker. But then I thought, I don't know. I liked the idea of moss. So because of that moss dungeon idea, it then transformed into thinking about some other inspiration. This is an anime called Dungeon Meshi. And the idea behind this was ruins, overgrown, mossy. And they have a lot of interesting dungeon scenes with plants because it's about food. Here, there's a patch of dirt. You can see the road of the dungeon. You've got your wood again with your dungeon. Kind of brings a pop out. Again, you have your back and your front. On here, the dungeon's decorated with walls. Well, not decorated with walls. It's decorated with wall stuff. I'm not sure what you would call that exactly, but it's like an emblem. It's like a statue. I guess that's what we can call it. It's a statue on the wall. And that can make for good variation with our tile sheet. Down here, I really like the scene of just greenery mixing with our tiles and our stone. So I think making something overgrown, a sort of old forest temple. That's the idea I was going for. And then I thought, all right, well, I really like this image I found, and I like the sparkly idea of magic and forest. So you know what sparkly forest magic sparkly forest magic stone equals? Totoro from Ghibli films. And they have some really nice, overgrown, foresty magic feels that I feel like we might be able to incorporate. That's that idea. Now, thinking all of that, whenever I do art, I try to make it into a story. It's a little bit more helpful doing it that way, instead of just saying, I want to do this based around this. By adding a story around the art, it kind of leads me into a direction to try to make a statement or make a scene. If you look at it, what do you feel? What's the action? What's the story going on? So thinking about some sort of dungeon overgrown led me to think about, all right, maybe this is a dungeon tile set based around the inside of a well. Maybe you fall into a well and you have to explore this well, dark, grimy, greenery, overgrown dungeon that's inside of a well. Something like a portal to another world, sort of Alice in Wonderland inspired. That led me to think of maybe this story, which is lonely kid wishes they had some friends, wishing well spirit takes action, semi-fallen down, because as at this point I realized this is kind of sounding like Undertale, kind of, in the sense of fallen down. Inside the well is a whole adventure that the child embarks on, or maybe it was all a dream, or maybe it was one final goodbye, like the spirit playing pretend with the kid. The idea here is thinking maybe the dungeon is it's the final destination, so to speak. The kid fell down, became a spirit. Now they have to maybe get their soul back or something of the sorts. This was really sad, so I came up with a non-sad alternative to the tile sheet idea, which is kids started becoming greedy with wishes. Wishing well takes their soul. Kids' friends start disappearing. They become lonely and wish for more. And then the wishing well spirit tests them to see if they're true of heart. And then inside the well is a whole adventure that the child embarks on to save both their souls and their friends, which is a lot nicer. It's a lot kinder. It's not death, not a journey of death. Thinking about that, though, led me to think of, well, My initial goal was to make a top-down tile set, but to have something falling down a well is the best shown through tile set. This is a game called Hollow Knight, and you can see, I feel like this is the sort of feel I would want to go for. So maybe side-scroller would be better than top-down. Here are some really simple tile sets for side-scrollers. And what I really liked about them, was how simple they were. They are 16 by 16, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check. Let's see. Nope, but 16 by 16. And you've got your tiles in the back. These are on the side. And there's just different flavors, different ideas. This one's kind of more ruined-like. This one has stone, more purpley feel, and a yellow feel. I really like the idea, but the goal was tile top-down set. And then here we have Phelan, what I was talking about before. It's still an early release, but it's going to be an RPG. And it is a side-scroller, and I just really like the art of it. And here are some screenshots of it. You can kind of see, this is what I was going for. I want some sort of fantasy dungeon, fantasy magical dungeon. There's some screenshots here that they did for their dungeon. You can kind of see in the background some variations. They kind of mesh things together with the tile sets. Oh, that's a duplicate, isn't it? Let's go back up. Oh, it'll let me go back up. And you can already tell this is detailed, high definition. It is most likely not 16 by 16 or 8 by 8 or even 30. It possibly could be 32 by 32. And one last thing was looking at this tile set. Now this isn't free, but it is a high-bit fantasy cast and dungeon platformer. It is 16-bit. And I just want to take a look at this one, as I think it follows the idea that I was going for, where you have these, which mean you can jump on them because they're light. These, I'm guessing you can jump on that because it's light, and it's a left to right, and your goal is to get to the end. And I think that's where side-scrollers really shine, at least if it's left to right or top to bottom. Your goal is to get from one side of the screen to the other side of the screen. I think that's where they really shine. And in thinking that, it's like, well, Undertale is kind of also left to right, but it's top down. I mean, it's top down. And we can go back to our concepts here and zoom out, unfocus. Where are you at? Top down. Here we go. It's top down, but you can also see it's left to right. With those ideas out of the way, I wanted to try to come up and doodle some ideas to see if we could come up with anything for some sort of magical base. I wanted to try to create a single room, make something simple, and then if we have time, do something a little bit more advanced. Let me go ahead and grab this and, okay, we're good to go. Before we start, let me get some water. Well, okay. For this, I like the idea of stone, and I also like the idea of wood, but I also like the idea of grass. Let's see. Put that down. Stone. Wood. And grass. Oops. And grass. Or plant. That works better. Plant. That said, I like the idea of having stony textures all up here for our stone, and then having our wood area down here. Some plants. This would be top down. If it were a side scroller, it would be more akin to, this is the screen. This might be your area that you walk on. All of this might be stone, or it could be wood. This is all the texture. This would be something else. And why I thought it might be better to do side scroller is because then you could do a sort of scene like, let me drag this down a little bit. Yeah, okay, it's visible now that the block's been moved. That's great. But if we do side scroller, the thing is, I'm gonna erase this. it allows us to continue that well idea, because we could have the well up here. That'd be nice. I was thinking of maybe we can do something similar-esque to Undertale, but not quite. It's a sort of scene where... Oops. It's a sort of scene where it's this tall. All of this is well. This is the overworld up here. Then you have your well. I'm trying to think of setting the scene for a game, and then under that well, there'd be a cutscene of it going down and down and down. Let me get a smaller eraser. Here, and a little bit smaller. It goes down and down and down until you enter your dungeon. And let's draw lines like this. Down and down until we get to our dungeon. Might even be a little isolated room until they figure out a code sequence to press or something. But then all of your dungeon is here, so all of this is filler area. That would make for a nice scene. How we translate this to top down though, I wouldn't be too sure. And that's why I'm thinking side scroller might be a little bit better. But let's see. If we're top down, the scene might look... It might be a cutscene. That's how we could squish it in. Something along the lines of where we have our back, and the thing with top down as well is that you can choose how much of the top you want to show. For example, let me grab this. Oops. Which button is it? Oh, that button's not working. That's fine. Is it this button? Nope. All the buttons don't want to work. That's okay. You select, copy, and then we can paste. And we'll paste it all here. So about before, when I was mentioning perspective, the neat thing is that you don't have to do it. You can look like you're doing it. And that's good enough when you're doing tile sheets, at least. Because we could have the perspective be this. It could be something like this. A little bit more of the top. It could be a lot of the top. Something like that. Or, you know, no top, which is front. So in saying that, I'm thinking, alright, if it's some sort of scene, it might be like this. This would be maybe the start area. Thinking it's sort of... what's the word to say? Sort of dark, gloomy. We have our stone area. I'm thinking the walls can be stone. Walls are kind of stony, but do we want to do wood? We can try both. The way I've seen the top down, and you can even see it in Undertale's design, is that they do a line, a border. And to even emphasize this point, let me pull out another example. We have our side scroller, our sprites, our top down, and where is it at? Here. Here's another example. Good old Stardew Valley. Even here you can see the border. You have your lines, and top down I feel, well, it is a bird's eye view. You're looking down into it. When you do side scrolling, I think it's a little spooky. It adds a little bit of ominous because you're kind of moving with the character. You can't see what they can't see sometimes. In that sense, it might be best to do a side scroller, I think. Maybe we can try top down other time, but for now, yeah. Side scroller I think would work best. With that said, let's try making a side scroller. We'll go back over into a sprite, and I will go ahead and don't save that. I will pull back open my pure ref. I can have my ideas to the side. Actually, I'll pull up a second one. Oh, I can have both of them. Let's see. This one. Is that the right one? Yep. And then I can hopefully shorten you. Perfect. Then I can put you in this corner. So I can always have a reference. And close that. Perfect. Okay. And where are we at? Hey, sprite. Alrighty, we're here on screen now. To start, I think we should just try blobbing everything in to get a general idea of what we're going for. Something else I'll have noted is trying to factor in how big you want your character to be. Right now, this is 16 by 16. I think it'd be fun to make a 16 by 16 character. So each tile should be within that region, that range. Let's go ahead and do... Let's start off with value. I think value would be a really good place to start. I'm gonna go and expand the canvas. Make it a little bit bigger. Let's do 128 by 128 for now. Now, as scene-wise is concerned, I'm thinking, and let me go ahead and do a little brighter. We want the contrast. And select this area and fill it in. We have our background, we have our ground, and our bottom. You can go ahead and select that, and this would be our bottom. Oops. I said this would be our bottom. Right, the floor we walk on, this would be the player walking back to right. This is the top again, so you might say, all right, here we go again with this top up here. Something like that. So our left and right, and then this is the background area. This is all the background our player is going through. And then we can make our player this white color. Oops. This brighter color. And well, do a little bit better than that. Let's make maybe like a big head or circle head. Something like that. And then a mini character. A little circle head. Tiny little body. Maybe. Something like that. And little hands. And then that's it. We don't even need a body. They're a little spirit. They're kind of bobbing around. Let's cut this out, put this in. Oops. And drag you over. Alright, let's start making the scene area for a overgrown sort of feel. And I think we're gonna have to expand this once more. Let's see. After 128, what comes after that? 2 something. 240 or 50, 256 I think? 256. Okay. Let's try a more... Let's try to do something more mossy, I think, for the stone. Let's go up here a little bit. And previously, I usually just eyeball it. This time, I want to try to do a little bit more in line with keeping a palette. We'll see. Don't know if it'll work, but we'll see. And I'll also layer this, and I'll call this player. And then I'll call this sketch. Okay, let's make... I'm thinking something greenish. Oh, I have this on here. Let's add a dark color for the background, just so we can... Not too bright. We can have a better feel. Now, as for up here, I want it to be lush. That was the idea. Lush, warm greens. Let me move over my references a little bit so I can see them. Yeah, I want something lush and green. Because it's supposed to be dark, but it's supposed to bring in wonder. With that said, let's try a little bit more warm for our green and go up a little bit. Maybe something like this could work for our green, but I don't want it to be too cartoony. Maybe a little bit warmer here and there. Try this for a green. And then for our tiles, I'm thinking, just follow. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Is it Encore? That's my guess. Tell me if I got it right. Let's see. With stone, you kind of wanna make it. Hi, welcome. Stone, you want, well, when most people do stone, they do gray stone, but we want the stone to have a little bit of a feel to it. A little bit greener, is what I'm thinking. Something like that could be our stone instead. Your name is French, so it's hard to say. Ah, that's cool. That's very neat. Let's see. Right now, all I'm doing is hue shifting. So not directly changing the color. Well, I am. I'm changing, it's kind of going either down, left, down, right. I'm going down here and then sliding it to the side to get variation that's not just changing the color. It's making it colder, so it's going more towards a blue feel. don't know if you can see kind of this one and this one. Let me undo this. These two are different. This one's green, this one's blue. So it's a little small change, but it is there. And we need a really dark color. So let's start with a base, medium, and light. I'll move this up here. And that green's for our shrubbery. Now we're working on the wall. I'll turn this back on and thought this would help, but no, I'm not too sure. Let's make this a little less of the opacity. I just didn't want a very bright background, but we might have to go with bright. It's more than fine. That's our palette. And let's go ahead and try a stone wall. Now, keeping that in mind, we can try the new tiled feature. And that is just, if I don't remember, I'm gonna have to look up a tutorial. But we'll see if I can navigate to it. So I think it's layer, new tile map layer. We'll call this stone or wall. And 16 by 16, okay. All right, and then in here, it's show tile set, okay. Manual modify existing tiles. I think it's this one that we want. And then we can change or select, for example, this one for our tiles. And I think if we do this, what does it do? Oh, yeah, it's making new tiles. So if I click this and select these two as our tiles, we should be able to modify, oops. We should be able to, if I unclick that, modify, nope. All right, what if I do this? Ah, I got it, okay. So by putting them beside each other, we'll be able to tell if they're a seamless transition. So I guess we'll also have to put it down here, right? We need a bottom, we'll probably need a top as well. Let's go ahead and move the sprite up here, like that. That way we can add a top. Let's see. This is just to make sure it is, what's the word, seamless. Everything can kind of go left, right, up, and down. This isn't our corners for a tile map, it's just the overall texture for the wall, the main one. The singular texture. Let's see. We'll go back into here, I believe, and then I can just fill that in. That fills everything in. Now we kind of lower the opacity so we can see what we're working with a little bit. Now what we can do is do some darker lines for the stone part of it. Now, thinking about that, we can think, okay, well maybe, how do we want to separate the stone, separate the stone specifically? I'm thinking there's 2 pixels here and then there's 3. So 1, 2, 3. Makes them really tiny. 1, 2, 3. There's 1, 2, 3. And then we have 1, 2, 3. Ooh, that doesn't work. You can see up here, there's 3. So if we did this sort of number, it wouldn't work. Let's go back. Let's try doing stone at 4 maybe. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Does that work? Yeah, that works. Perfect. We can go ahead and just cross these over. And this is the beginning of our stone. Now let's think about maybe adding, on stone, there's that line. Let's try and add some lines to our stone. Maybe like this. Now, does it separate correctly? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It does not. Let's try moving it first here. And then maybe here. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 6. Perfect. All right. And now we just have to offset it a little bit to make it look like bricks. So maybe here and then here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, or 5. No. Gotta go over 1. Something like that. Now it's 1, 2, 3. Yep. 4, 5, 6. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we're good. And then we just go back to our regular brick pattern. And when we do our new pattern, looking good so far. Look at that. I'd say that's pretty nice already. And we can go ahead even, I believe, take what we have and just move it on down here. We can do the player in front of the wall tile set. And then we can add a wall here. Isn't that neat? Kind of looks nice already, doesn't it? Now, You can try spicing up the wall a little bit, though I do want to keep this just to have as a show of our progress. So let me see if I can paste this in. It will not let me paste it in. Oh boy. Can I copy it, possibly? I'd like to keep this so we can see our iterations. But I don't think it'll let us copy it. Can I unsprite wall you, or how does that work? Properties, nope. Okay. In that case, maybe I can take you, select you. That does not work either. Hold on. All about that trial and error. Let's see. I'm thinking, and I don't know. This wall can be new group, new layer. Maybe duplicate? Can we unmake it a tile map? I'm curious. If not, what we can maybe do is do delete layer, and then I can save this, and then export it. As janky as this is, export tile set maybe? Ah, perfect. Export file, or yeah, export tile set. Now let's see, what does it want? Open sprite sheet. Here we are. Here's the tile set. Now I should be able to copy and paste. It's a lot of work. And then we go back here. Then we can paste. Okay, perfect. So this is wall 1. Oops. The start of the wall. Now we can add a little bit of pizzazz to it. I'm thinking now we can take a... Oh, something also of note is that... Let's check the values. So we can go to, I believe, color range. No, not color range. I did this before. I know 100% what I'm doing. Let's see. Layer, sprite, color mode. There it is. Grayscale. So something of note here is that you can clearly see... Oops. You can see the difference in... Oh, that's also something of note. Look. It's very wide up there. How did we not catch that? Is it because... Oh no, we should have caught. We should have caught it. Well, something's not lining up here apparently. But we have our lines down here. Oh, we missed a line. There we go. Does that fix it? Let me see. Yep. One's smaller than the other now. Let's see. Oh, down here's smaller. Let me swap. Get this color. And then... Hold on, that's not the right color. Let's go back to regular before we change anything. Where is it at? Color range? Nope. Layer, sprite, color mode, RGB. Oh, okay. Learning new things every day. We have to go out of color mode. So we're not in color mode. Redo. Or undo. Redo. Let's see. Okay. We're not in color mode anymore. Just looks a little off because it's all gray. Redo, and now we need to figure out how to make these not seamless. Let's go back up here. Yeah, when I do that, it makes it so much clearer. Let's go ahead and take this color and see if we can right or wrongs. Let's make this, then maybe bring that down. That works. And then all we have to do is make that here. Do that, and then... Does that work? Okay, even off, even off. That becomes that. This becomes this. And then I think we have our seamlessly tiled tile set. Yep, there we go. Much better. And now, let's go ahead and copy. I say as it was so difficult to do earlier. Let's try again. I'm sure there's an easier way to do this that I am unaware of. So until then, we'll just click export, export tile set, open sprite sheet, export, and just take this guy and paste him. All right. Oops. Now, let's add a little bit of pizzazz, and we can do that by maybe going in here and taking an even darker color. So you could do this color. This is pretty dark, but maybe dark, or kind of dark. Let's go back to our middle one. And start adding maybe some of these. Some of these in there. Oh, I also just realized we don't have our view on. Let's go ahead and do that. Now we have the view up top, we can see. And you know what I'll do? I can make this, oops. I can make this guy room up there. Now you can see him. Let me. And move him a little bit closer. Alright. Let's go ahead and add maybe some of those. Adding some cracks, a little cozy room, yeah. Nice and cozy. Let's add some of you up here. Don't want to do too many similarities. Similarities. We do want to add a little bit of variety, I think. And look at that! You can even see as I'm adding it, it's making it feel darker. Just super cool. Some of you guys. And some of you. I see all of those guys are maybe something like that instead. I really do like it already. It's crazy. I'm thinking we make this 2 so we can see it a little bit better. Maybe make it even 3 so we can see that bottom, but I don't like that. I kind of like the 1. I think that 1 helps. Now that we've added those, let's maybe give our rocks a little bit of a shine. Now this green is pretty dark, and I'm realizing because these are so dark, we might want to make it a little bit warmer. But for now, let's slide everything a little bit. Ooh, that's pretty cool. But if we do this, it makes it really polished. And we're going for worn and torn. You want something that's very dark. Well, not dark, worn. Usually, for example, cottages are cozy, but they're worn down. You can feel that it's lived in. So let's go get some examples. And we can do that by going back to our Undertale. Alright. So here is not a good example. They use all black. Let's move on to other example. As single, very simple. Oh man. You know, I played Undertale, and that is not how it looked in my memories. It looks completely different. Let me see about this one. No. Trying to find a little reference. Something we can maybe possibly use. Oh, everything froze. Give it a second. Now this one is... How about this one? Kind of. This one has a lot of rocks, you can see. This one's from Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green. You can see how they use their tile sets. This one's really top down, and we're going for side scroller. But it's always interesting to note, and it might be possible to use what they use, and then we can figure out if there's a way to use it for our stuff. Let's see. Here for this tile set. Oh, you know what? Let's actually take some advice out of what we looked at earlier today in concept. During our dissection, you may have remembered I noted that tree, not the tree, the house. This guy up here. Let's look at how he does stone and see if we can make something similar. For example, you can see that lighting we were trying to do. Another thing is that there's variation in the stone. You can do that. Let's try adding a little bit of lighting on some of the stone and then changing the color a little bit. I think that's a good idea. Something like, since this is supposed to be more wood and stone, maybe we can try adding some brown. Oops. And to do that, let's see. What are you? You're a background. You're a color palette. Make you color palette. Like that. Now, as for making, I'll be honest, I am not sure how color palettes work. I kind of do, but to make one, I've never made one. I've always been an eyeballer. I've always tried to take it from the source and just do it. I'm trying to choose similar values for this. For example, we want a warmer wood, but it might not be easy to tell that it's different. We might do something like that instead. And then what we could do is then go in here and we can, oops. We can save first and then uncontinuous, and maybe make some of these change a little bit. Maybe, see, it's the thing with your patterns. That's nice. Maybe making this one also. That kind of adds a little bit of variety. And I do like that as well. I think it works, but it might be too bright. Let's dim it down a little bit and see. Ooh, that kind of looks nice. A little bit of change. So if we make it too bright, it'll draw the viewer away from what we really want them to look at. And right now, when we go back to the scene, and we go to our layer, color mode, grayscale. Wow, isn't that a surprise? I got the right color areas because it doesn't even look like they're different colors. But is that what we want? And to answer that, I don't know. I always like to think that if it can be nice in grayscale, it'll look nice regularly. Let's try doing that lighter one that we had and check the grayscale. That's a little better, but it might be a little bit too bright. I think something in between. Let's see, sprite, layer, no. We want to go out of this, so undo. We want to take this, make it a little bit darker, a little bit more like that, and then maybe something like this. Let's see. Bright, color mode, grayscale. Wonder if there's a hotkey for it. That'd be nice. Let's go back to color mode, or undo. Let's make it a little bit brighter. You? Possibly. We want a little bit of variation, but not too much. And actually, maybe we make it all of this instead of doing a brown. I mean, not brown, gray. That could be nice. I'm thinking maybe instead we do this for our bricks to make it feel less stony, possibly. You can go back to the, let me pull it back up, Pure Rough. And in Pure Rough, because I was thinking of stones, you can see some of these stones actually are brown. They're warm. Warm browns. You can, up here, there's some different variations, and maybe that's what we want to go for. Instead of doing brick, because it was man-made, maybe we want to go for something that's a little bit more varied. Because this is still stone, but you can see there's it's different. Let's try spicing it up a bit. I think that could work better. So instead, let's maybe do some sort of pebbles, possibly. We can do, let me duplicate this. Duplicate. Just so we can save. I don't have any regrets. Let me make this a little bit lower in opacity as well. This. And then delete it. And then, oops. Does that delete both of them? Hold on. We have you and we have you. But if I erase you, you should be good. Interesting. If you duplicate the tiled, it's for both, which is unfortunate. That is okay. And if that's the case, we'll have to try our best not to mess up. Swiftly, you know what? Let's just make a safe, like this. I also noticed it said convert to, so I'm thinking we can just convert to layer, copy, undo, undo, paste. Aha! I figured it out. That's our second time. I'll put you here. And now, try something a little bit different for our wall. This feels a little bit too... We want something warm. And usually when you want something, not warm, cuter, softer. And these are very harsh. Because of that, I'm thinking what we can do is make these rounder, and that could help in making them softer. If we're gonna go with brown, I'm thinking we go with a reddish brown, because that red's gonna pop against the green really well. So something like that maybe. Though it might need to be a little bit darker. Not that dark. Go back up here to our, delete that. Go back to our color palette. Oops, I duplicated it. Delete, I wanna delete. Or, delete. Go back to our color palette. Kind of have this red up here. I'm just thinking, it's like, does this work? Does this not work? I want a brownish red, which would lean more towards orange since it's brown. I want it to be a little bit darker, a little bit grayer. Maybe one of those. And I'm thinking this one. Can't see Ace right? Oh! Thanks for letting me know! Oh boy. Thanks a lot, I wouldn't have noticed. I'm trying to think, maybe something more reddish might work better? I don't know. It might be just because of the room we're in right now that things don't look as cool as they will later. But I'm thinking about changing these two. And we can go ahead and fill these cracks up. Like that. And it's just so wild how small changes change the scene completely. And I like how I can put the scene up there and you can see it changing. And I'm thinking we can do, something like this. Or even make it, okay. Let's take this color and I want to make a new layer. And how would we make something rounder? Maybe something like that, though it's a little bit taller. That's the only issue here. That might be able to get away with being rounder, but let's try something like this and see if we can do something a little rounder. So instead, let's change all of this. Oops. All of this. Oh, hold on. There. Like so. And start back with what we had. And now let's lower the opacity a bit so I can see what I'm working with. And I want to make these round guys hopefully seamless. That's the from there, some there, some here. Isn't that odd? Kind of, when I'm sliding it along, it doesn't want to completely do it. Maybe something like this. We have some here, like that. Kind of makes, I think it helps a little bit. Some of you go up there, and then maybe, just have to worry about this little corner now, though. Really feels like tiled maps are like a puzzle piece. That is pretty neat. So maybe something like this. That way we get the full feel of the sizing, and then like that. Something this to this, and then something this to this to this. I think that works a little better. However, we kind of have those, we have those bottom parts at the bottom we might have to address. Just trying to think, how can we make this nicer to feel? I think those stony feels, they were nice, but they weren't. Oh, where'd they go? Oh? Oh, hold on. Undo. That is the nice part about undo. At some point I deleted it. I don't know where. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Alright, let me copy you. And then keep going. And then we'll go back to where we were. Paste. Oh, bit of a... Oh, that's fine. Truthfully though, I kind of like this. I just think it needs to be rounder, but I like these colors. I'll save them. But we still do need to figure out where our other ones went. If push comes to shove, I can always just reopen stream like there, but I want to do it this way. So I'll copy that and undo, redo, undo, redo. Okay, your own layer. Can I paste? Won't let me paste. Okay, undo, redo. Takes a second. Oh, it's all a redo, undo. Okay. Well, No going forward. Can only go back. And that is completely fine. I think I stole the color I had, which is great. I'm thinking something like that for all three. You have this dark color, which is this color. The only thing is they kind of blend in, and I'm thinking about a variation. But if we're doing something rounded, which was the initial hope before everything changed, let's give that another try. Some sort of key on my mouse that keeps deleting things. And I have not yet found it. Something of note as well is when we don't have these, it does change the feeling, I think, when you don't have those dark lines in it. And maybe we don't need to change the shape, we just need to change the color. Maybe that's what it was all along. For example, maybe we can add red there, and up here? No, up here. Now you can kind of see it makes a weird wonky pattern. And that is my only concern. But I do like this red. But up here, I've added the colors down here. I don't think we'll need to merge down. There we go, okay. Let's do that. And now we need to have some pattern without it looking like a pattern. So for example, it's made up of these three colors, this gray and this green. We could maybe have a pattern of having the green there. Maybe the red goes here. Something like that instead. Where it doesn't look as copy-pasted. And I think that's what we'll have to do. So, what do you think? I'm thinking maybe by adding these outlines, that can help make it rounder. Maybe something like this instead. I don't like that. I think it'd be neat to have some of it popping out, some of it popping in. That could be a nice idea. Let's give that a go. Yeah, this is nicer and softer. This is harsher and darker, but this, I feel cozy with this one. Let's try sticking with this cozy. I only wish it was easier to make duplicates, but I can just do convert to layer, copy it, undo, undo, and then paste it here. Like this. Alright. Oops. There we go. Okay. I'm thinking what we can do is have some sort of pop out and pop ins. Since these are our three colors that we're using for the wall, let's put them side by side to make it a little bit easier to see and understand. And we'll trace you from here. And now we need a dark version and a light version and a dark version. This is our middle color. And this is usually how I pick my colors. I just usually end up putting them up here. But I think this helps as just a nice visualization. Make it a little bit warmer. You can make this a little bit warmer. Slide it over to yellow. And oh, actually it'd be orange. Slide it over to orange and a little bit of yellow. And then we can take this gray, or green really, that's green surprisingly. We can slide that up and slide it over to yellow. Keep it warm. And again, we can go ahead and look at our values, our color mode. And you can see, that doesn't change the wall at all. And again, wanted to, I kind of think a little bit of color variation, something subtle. So if that's the case, do we want these to be a little bit lighter or darker? Try a little bit darker in our wall. Something like that maybe. We can go back to our sprite, color mode, grayscale. They are a little bit darker, but now I think they're a little bit too dark. Move up a little bit more. Make these a little bit lighter. And do our sprite, color mode. Actually, maybe I liked the darker a little bit better. We can try making it warmer. And get over to our yellow a little bit more, brighten it up, maybe try something like that, but that looks too bright, I feel like. We can go back color mode, kind of just swapping around. See, I say it's too bright, but look at it. It's not too bright. I want it to be subtle. That's the difference here. Let's try going over here for saturation. And that's bright. And that is not what we want. Go over, up. Ooh, that's pretty nice. Let's go to color mode. Yeah, we might have to forfeit our color mode swaps, at least for the brick. It's still clear to tell what is what. And I think that's most important. Also, this looks green, doesn't it? But it's yellow. But it's all because of the context clues it's getting. Yeah, that's green. Well, it looks green. Feels green. It's not green. Let's see, our color mode. Can I make this? Right, color mode. Yeah, doesn't matter. They're both the same in the thing's eyes. But I think it adds a little bit of pop. I think it might be too much pop is my thing. Maybe we can slide this down a little bit, make it a little bit darker. I feel like that works better. We can go to our sprite, color mode. Yep, not a change. And that's good, that's great. Right, so now, let's make some of these pop out and some of them not. And I think we can do that by adding, now, what I'm wondering is, yeah, all of our reds have, all of our reds are the same, and all of our greens are the same, if I'm not mistaken. So because of that, if we modify one green, it changes everything. So that might be the sign to spice it up a little bit more, but not too exact. The issue is how, when our bricks, maybe to make it cuter, we can make it one more smaller. We could try that. So to do that, I'm first gonna take these colors and put them here instead. That way we don't lose what we have. And now, we're gonna shrink. Make everything a little bit smaller. And that can be done by, oops. That can be done by lowering this guy. And then lowering the opacity of, oops, first, let's get the color, and now we lower the opacity. There's also still some I didn't change, apparently. Let me do that. Like that. And now, we can brighten it so we can see what we're working with in terms of tiles. I'm thinking maybe we can do something like this. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4 instead. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that goes there. That kind of doesn't work a little bit. I think 6 is the magic number. So down from that would be 3. So 1, 2, 3. Down from that would be something like this. 1, 2, 3. So here. And then here. I don't know about that. I think it might be too small. But we can always try. Trial and error. Get these lines going. Like this. And, ooh, is that 3? Oh, yeah, that is 3. Surprisingly. And 3 and 3. I definitely do think it changes the feel a bit compared to these big guys. But now that it's smaller, we might be able to make it better for our variation. Let's give it a go. Now we can just take our red and green from before. And now let's try filling it in. Oh, actually, we might be able to get away with making it rounder now, possibly. If we do this, or nah. Not big enough to be round quite yet, but that could be cool styling. Let's go with the original plan of just adding our green and red. And that is done by some green here, maybe some red here, maybe another red down here. Maybe we add a green up here. No, we don't want it to be diagonal, so add a green up there. It's looking diagonal. Oh boy. Maybe something like that, and then we need maybe another green here? How does that look? And I think it's a little bit better. That's a little bit more variation, but I do like the long tiles, I'll be honest. Let's give it a try. Let's hear it out. Now we want to have some of them pop out. And now we can do that thanks to it being bigger. Maybe we can have this pop out a little bit. That does not pop out. Maybe we have to go to our bright colors. We're back up here. And our color palette is now, this is the red, oops. This is the red, and this is the green, that's the gray. Let's grab our bright colors and see what happens. Bright color will go up here to show that it's popped out. I've always not been too good at working on my coloring. But again, that's what these streams are for, to try and learn. Because when I put this out, it doesn't really feel any different to me. But yet, when it's done elsewhere, it does look different. And the question is asking, okay, well, why does that look different compared to ours? And I think it's because of the perspective. Because this up top doesn't match what's on the bottom. It would be more suited for something like this. But again, this isn't the top, this is sort of the middle tile. Let's try adding some variations in our lines to maybe help a little bit. Let's go back to our dark colors from our color palette. This is the dark brown, or green. This one's darker, so make it warmer, because I want a warm shadow. This. And then we need a dark red, warm again. It's warm too, depends. And now what I want to try and do is maybe, oops, need to go back to wall. Depending on wood surrounding it, so something like these. I am curious if we highlight this all. Ooh, that looks pretty nice, doesn't it? Nice and warm now. I want to see about the color mode. Yeah, still works. So I think this green could be a little bit nicer. Could pop out a little bit more. Might have popped out a little bit too much. Or maybe not. I kind of feel nice with this one. Let's see. Let's go back to this blue-green. Maybe change that up a bit. Ooh. Nah. I think this was just enough. So maybe we can make these a little bit dark here and there. Add a little bit more variety to our wall. Something like putting one here. Something like that. The thing is, because this is background, I don't want to do too detailed, and I think we've gone past that point. As long as we understand and acknowledge it, it's fine. I do like my details. I like a little shiny here and there. Let's make this dark and warm. And add our lines back that we had. And now it's a little bit different because everything's so mushed together. Maybe possibly have a little bit more difference with our bricking. I haven't really ever touched a brick in my life, I don't think. Probably a few times, but not often. Not enough to know what brick's brick. Brick? Let's see. Maybe some of that in there. Some of yous. And one of yous. Gotta bring this down a little bit. That. I definitely think it adds some nice feeling to the wall. And now we can make it even a little bit darker. We'll take the brick, darken it, warmen it, a little bit darker so we can see that change. A little lighter. Nah, the dark's fine. Now we can add a little bit of oomph here and there. Something like this, maybe. What do you think? I kind of think it helps make it look old but cozy. Something like that. And now what we can do is add a little bit of darken feel to, I think, or some sort of weathered, maybe cracking to our rocks, and maybe that's where the light comes in at. Let's give that a go. Also, I changed these, didn't I? From the color palette. No, that's still the same. I added a new color. A new one joined the fray to add a little bit more oomph. Let's go ahead and do that. And I'm thinking we take this light color a little bit and we can possibly add some sort of... Maybe we need to add nothing and leave it for a little bit and come back to it. So if that's the case, maybe we add the dark below it. That might help with making it pop out a little bit more, possibly. Let's try. Oh, is our dark red just this? No, okay. This is our dark red. This is our dark blue. This is our dark, oops, our dark orange, which is this. Ooh. I think we might be able to work with making bricks too tall. Though again, might be too much. But I do like the way that too tall looked. And we'll be honest. We can make this a little bit darker. Still keep it warm. And this needs to be darker and warm without being the same. Let's move you all the way over here, and then you're already darker and warm. Dark and warm, dark and warm, dark and warm. We just need one for our green. Dark and warm, dark and warm. Looking good. You had to step away for a while, but it's coming along. Thank you! It's a trial and error process. Had to go back and undelete some deleting. I'm not too sure about the shading though. Does not feel too nice. Maybe I'm just not giving it the right shot. Let's see. You can kind of see up here, yeah. Now this, I think, would be considered too much noise. I kind of liked it better when it was like this. So let's go with this. I think these little blocks help get across the point that it is little blocks. Maybe instead what we can do is add some cracking, possibly? Something like this? Yeah, it's less noise. I think that's what helps. As far as bricks go, tricky. I feel like every time I add a dot, it pops out. We don't want it to pop out. But I think for now, this is good. I think this will be our initial tiling. And with that said, we get to move on to the next fun part. One could even call it, which is choosing the bottom and the top layer. And all that would be doing is we go to our wall. We should be able to go into tiling mode and make this. Yep, okay. So this will be our middle. You can kind of drag it down. Oops. Select and drag it down. We'll take our original tiling. That'll be our top. And this will be our sides. And this will be our bottom. Now, what can we do? Yeah, this is our middle. This is the middle of the wall. This is the bottom of the wall. And if I hold down control, you can see all those. You can see all of this once. Now what we need to do is make new tiles. So modify and reuse existing tiles. Generate and stack new tiles automatically. Don't create new tiles automatically. Okay. So if I do this, it creates a new tile. Now, one trick I have seen, and I did learn from... Let me look for concepts I can check Steam. Pixel Pete. He had an idea to do a gradient below it. For example, if we want more of a green undertone to it, we could possibly do something like this. Oops. Something like this, where it's dark, and then we have... Well, this starts out as dark. And then we do a little bit lighter, or a little bit darker, I mean. Thing is, we want to keep in context of it going into cool. Let's try this, and then again, warm, dark, darker. Make this like that. Possibly make this a little bit less, like so. And then we can cut this out. And then what you can do is take this, you move it over here, and you change opacity, and it kind of adds a murky feel to it. You can kind of mess around with the settings. But I'm not too sure if that's the direction we want to go for this. I think the issue is because it's not too many colors. So let's try. Let's try making it a little bit darker at the bottom, a little bit lighter at the top. Seeing if this would help us in this case. Always a little bit of something you can change or shift. Make this warm, shift again. Maybe something like that instead. We add a little bit lighter here. Maybe we only change the bottom. Alright, let's try that instead. Maybe green's not the one we're looking for. Maybe it's a different color. Is it you said to multiply? Nah. I don't think this will suit us for this specific use. Hold on. Let's see. I can merge down, I think. No, I can't merge down. Oof. Okay, well, can I copy and paste? No. It's so weird how this works. Power is cool until it's not. No boy, when it's not, it's not. Not one bit. But maybe what we can take what we learned. So I'll grab these. And then go back to our wall. And we'll just try adding this over top. Maybe that will work. Interesting thing is it... Oh, never mind. We're good. It adds to our layers. Perfect. Alright. So we'll just copy this and paste this onto our... Oops. We'll copy this and paste this onto our wall. And see if this gradient at all helps with the bottom. Kind of fading. This. And then what we can do is take this new green guy and come over here and do this. And you can see already, nah, that doesn't really help. It does make it look dirtier. But we don't want dirty, we're more going for torn cracks. How can we apply torn cracks? Let's see. This is our wall. And this is our brush. There we go, our brush. Making it darker at the bottom. Maybe we can add a line for starters. What we can do is maybe have this line to separate everything at the bottom. We can maybe make these the darker colors at the bottom also to show how it's fading into dark. And maybe some of this. Some of these. Some of those. Grab all of these dark colors. Maybe do this and this. Oops. That needs to be even darker. Let's see. Darker, warmer. Something like that. Maybe a little bit darker. Let's see, now it blends in. Go with even darker. Not too sure. Maybe we don't even have to worry about that. Let's just do... Let's do green. Let's add green. Like it wasn't even there to begin with. Here? Nah, you didn't see it. You knew nothing. Down here. And then we can add some of those darker lines to show it is indeed getting darker. And some mixed lines to show mixing in with everything and it's getting dark. Okay, let's give this a go instead. And then we can go back to our wall and just change out this wall. Ooh, that's pretty nice. It adds a little bit of darkness, I think. Which is great. And then... I think that red has to be a darker. Yeah, I like it. That red, though, might have to be a little bit darker. Let's give it a go. Let's see. Let me make sure it's pixels as well. And then darker red. Is the red we have? Red, darker. Oops. Right, I gotta go back to modify existing tiles. Darker. I think that works. I think that looks pretty nice. And then we can kind of flip it a little bit for the top as well. Where take the bottom, we add an outline. I did like the way that looked. Oops. Wait, I'm curious, what did that do? Really didn't do anything. It only modified those. Oh, no, it did. Not those over there. Tile system, you are mysterious. let's go ahead and change to add our modifier use and make a new one up here. And then we can just go back to our wall and add that. I think the little change helps. It's small, but I like it. And then we can do the same thing we did down here with our colors. Oops. And then we modify existing, like our reds, greens. There are no reds, but there are greens. We can add red to this one, and then we can take that blue and add hue. Interesting, it's not changing up there, is it? Okay, well, let's go ahead and add it again. Supposedly. Now that's very harsh compared to before. So let's make it a little bit easier on the eyes by making these. Can I just take from what I have? Will you let me, Sprite? I'd appreciate it, but I don't think it will. Let's see. Oh. Copy and paste up here. Oh, okay, it did. Okay, let's go back to the line that we had. And I have the line feather out a little bit down here, like this, and then add the lines like that to add a little bit of grime to our top. And as for up here, let's go ahead and... Oops. My chat is disconnected for a second. We'll see if it reconnects. Let me... Okay, I can still see Twitch up there, but let me pull out YouTube's. Right over here so I can see it still. Okay. Now let's try adding just maybe one dark for the darker layer up top. Maybe that was our issue. A little bit too non-dark feeling, yeah. Kinda sorta. Perhaps. One might even say. But I think that works. Now what we need to do is add some variation. We also need to work on our left and our right. As far as our left and right is, I think we can just do the same exact thing and turn it. So beforehand, this is our left. We create our modify existing. And all we have to do is do this line up here. We take the green that we had, which is this green. And then we do all of this dark, which is all of you. And you're also very dark, as you're a round area, and then add some of you. You kind of come out a little bit, and maybe make you even darker as well, red. Grab ya, and make it dark. Maybe what we do is use both for dark, to show what's ending. I'm thinking we can add red again, maybe? Add a light red here. And then give that a go and try it out. Let's see. This would be the right side of the tile. Ooh. Let's note, we've got to add a corner piece. Alright. Well, you know what we must do now. We're gonna have to expand the wall. So this becomes the top up here. This becomes our centerpiece up here. And then this is our side piece that can only be placed here. That's interesting. I wish there was a way to top it onto each other. Let me make this here. For example, add like an overlay effect. Because we could just mush these two together and then we'd have our block. But it won't let us. I'm sure there's probably maybe another program to do it that way. But for now, let's just make a full outlined area like this. And then we'll, let's see, manually modify. No, we want to auto make new ones. Alright. So for the new ones, all we want to do is just add a border line. Oops. From here to here, and here to here. Oh, Castellet's back. Perfect. And we'll go all the way around. Like this. This. Okay. And now we need a bottom dark, really dark layer. Like so. And we want all of this to be dark. I wonder if there's a way to modify the face sprite layers. In the sense of when you do normal, you can just do an overlay. When I tried to do that with, it didn't work. Let's see, currently I do not have active. Hold on. Let me make sure YouTube's up and running. It is, but oh well. Good news is I have the chat on the side, so I can see it. Right. We go here, 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 here. And all we're doing is just going around and adding that outline to show that it's the end of the road, so to speak. Let's see. Oh, it connected. Perfect. Okay. Heading to bed now. Thank you. I hope you sleep well. Let's see. Heading to you guys. Yes, indeedy. I'm thinking we do this for dark. The other ones. Something like that. And then up here, same thing. So we're gonna have to cut some stuff off. Only wish I could flip it. Maybe why it looks like that is because of the two layers, but no. Interesting. I really think maybe we should have a even darker color down here, but I think that's fine. Go back up here and blend everything. Oops. A little bit too blended. It just needs to come across in a straight line. All along these edges to show that it is a wall. Like that. And then you're a wall. You're a dark green, so you become this color. And it is all about that reshading. I think I understand why people use tile setter now. It's a program for Pixelart tile setting. Because I think what I saw it show off. Oh, thank you! What I think the program showed off is what I'm running into now, where I'm having to take layers and overlay them. But I wouldn't have to do that and flip everything around if I used the program instead. It's nice to know why the program's used. And now that I do know, I'll probably use that going forward. This is a little tedious. There are definitely... I can feel there's better ways to do this. And maybe it's just an A-sprite thing. That could possibly be the reason that it feels a little off. Let's add some of these in here. Just add a little bit of... This is the dark area. Go continue if you want dark area. And I think that takes care of all of our outlines. Let's go ahead and put it to use and give it a go. So this is, and I wish it could tell us. Well, it can tell us, can't it? Yeah, we hit control. What we want for 1. Control, this is 1. This is 1. We want 2. That's all 2. We want 5. So can I just eye drop you? Ooh, that works. Okay, so that's 5. That's our corner. This is our top corner. This is our other top corner. This is our side. This is our top layer, and then this is our other side. Like that. That's cool. What I'm noticing is the sides are kind of a little bit dark, but I think that's fine. Right now, I hide this. What is the color looking like compared to the sprite? See? Sprite... What am I? Grayscale? I think that looks pretty similar. A little bit darker, but overall, also, that corner piece needs to be tweaked. And I can just go here and do it myself. It's pretty neat. Just go into that, and there. And it changes it everywhere. Now that is neat. There is a major outage. Oh no. That is completely fine. Like I said, I've got my thing up. I should be good to go in reading. Now that we have our wall, let's try to add some variation with our wall. And how you add variation, you ask? Or I can hear completely 100% that you are asking. We do another layer, or make a new layer. That way we can copy from this, and I don't know what it is, so I'll just copy this, and then undo. And then make a new layer, make the opacity of the wall smaller, and then paste. And then make this smaller. Actually, ooh! Cannot modify the sprite, is being used by another command. Interesting. But our wall doesn't need to become less, it's this. And then we edit that and we make it smaller. And now we can take from all of that and move it over here. Then erase. Make it a little bit bigger. And there. And this is our wall progression at the moment, and merge it down. Okay. And then we can turn back on our wall up here. Now, as far as floor goes, because there's so much going on up here, I'm thinking we do... I mean, I kind of like what's already down here, but I'm thinking maybe more of there's up there, maybe just something stone to start out we could try. Let's go ahead and take our brown maybe, because it needs to be dark, so let's take our dark brown. Go back to our wall and make a new sprite. Put them all along here, or make a new tile, I should say. And then we modify this tile, everything gets modified. All of that. And then we also need to do, because this is a side scroller, so it's not a top down. Side scroller, it's not a top down. I almost did top down. We only have to edit the top of this. Okay. Let's go ahead and add our up here. He's going left and right, up and down. So to start out, we can definitely make this a little darker on the eyes. Oops. For example, we can make this really dark. Still keep it warm. And do something like that. Then if you do that, it kind of looks like top down. No boy. I mean... Not too late. We could. We have the ability to swap if we so choose to. You can see some sort of top-down being like this. But if it's side-scrolly, then all this is floor. So if I change this, all of this gets modified, but all of this below here is... What should we do? Let's see. Yeah, I think... Go back in the top-down direction. No time like the present to change. And if we're doing top-down like that, then we have to change a little bit of what we have in the wall already to reflect that. And that is... Shouldn't be that hard. This should be modify existing, and I can take this down. Should be able to. And do... Bring these guys down here a little bit. I need to delete a row. That's what I need to do. This row happens here. Maybe really all we need to do is just come up here and do this. And that gets rid of our row. Don't know what happened up there. Only modifying existing. And then we take all of that and do this. And then, yeah, see it. Interesting. I do all this. It decides, yeah, I'm a new block now. Sorry. This is 8. You're 8. Guess we will figure out when the time comes. For now, let's zoom in a little bit and then add our top. Something like this. It should still work on our modify existing. I'm not seeing it up here when I edit it. Which is odd. Yeah, look at that. Maybe I'll just change you guys. Now it's completely blacked out. Oh, I know why. That's the background. That is why. If I do this, it fixes the problem. Oh boy. If I go back to wall, this is 811. Okay. Not lining up here. This is a tile 8116. These aren't working as tiles. The 8. Oh, I can just copy. I forgot about that part. Here, 8, 11, and you. Perfect. That way we can add a little bit of tile there. Tile outlines. And now what we can do is now add those highlights that we were talking about. Because if I go back to controller, we can do some of these light colors we had at the top. And grab all of them. Oops. This is this light color. Kinda looks similar if you ask me. Make this lighter and warmer. They are similar. I'm pretty sure. Make this a little bit brighter. And do that for our grays. And then do that for our other grays. And do it for our green. Like that. And then let's do it for our reds. Oops. Do it for our reds like this. And then maybe we can also make it like this. Make it feel like a round wall. And then up here, maybe we have all of the lightness of these bricks. To show you it's not really small, it just looks small upon first inspection. And go back over here. Do the same thing. And then that'll look nice. We might have to shrink it down again, possibly, but we'll see. 1, 2, 3. Definitely do think art is relaxing. Pixelart! There's just something about editing tiny little pixels on the screen that's very relaxing to me. Now, as far as this goes, I'm thinking we do some sort of really bright highlight. Up here, maybe? Do this. Some of these. And some of these. And then we bring back up this light color. This is the changing point of our stone. And then we bring back you guys. I mean, I guess you should also be bright, shouldn't you? A little bit of a light shine up top. Maybe a little bit more. Kind of blend in now. We can check with our grayscale, and no. They're good for now. Stick with this. Ooh, I like it a lot. Though, I'm thinking maybe this would be better. Perhaps, but I think this is fine overall. And you can see here, it's a nice, it feels like a nice bubble layer. You can add these walls. And since now it's top down, we can add some flooring. Ooh. Let's go back down here. And go to our wall. You can add a dark part for our front of the wall. Let's go ahead and do... Still keep it warm. Something a little warmer than this. Or do we want the ground to be lighter? Now we're doing top down. Maybe we want the ground to be this color? Is it still within our range? Let's see. Yeah, it's still not as bright as the player. I think that works. And then we can take the darkness that is this and do something like this. And now the player kind of has a tile they can walk over. And then maybe we can always check our references from other games especially and see what they came up with. Let's go back all the way over. Now, I think it depends. Some top-downs... Ah, I figured it out. I'm doing it a little wonky. This would be if it was a side-scroller game. If it's like this as our game, then they can also go down and up. So this wouldn't make sense. That's why it felt off to me. What we really need to do is tweak it a little bit. And what we can do is say, all right, well, we don't want it to draw too much attention, but still a little bit. We have these square shapes. Usually when you do design, or at least the way I usually do it, is that if something's really busy somewhere, you don't want it to be busy elsewhere. So let me get some water. Tasty. Okay, and then let's go ahead and I think maybe use the screen that we have? Possibly. Let's raise the opacity back up. I kind of like it. Though, is it crashing is the question. I'm thinking, if it's cozy, what does that mean? It's a well underneath, old, but it's still well maintained. This bubbly texture kind of implies that it's new and shiny. Maybe initially when you go in, it's old, and this is kind of the updated feel to it. Down here, I'm thinking of doing some sort of tiles. This feels a little bit more mosaic than brick-like. And if that's the case, how can we keep going with that feel of it? And I'm wondering, and I'm tinkering, and I'm gauging what I think. I think this is a good color, though. Let me go ahead and check the values. Yeah, I think this is a good color. Maybe what we can do is do some sort of... Let me scroll out a little bit. Maybe we can do some sort of... Oops! It went everywhere, hold on. Make sure it's the tile I'm selecting. And let me make sure it's full opacity because it's doing something. I'm not understanding why it's... Oh, fixed itself. There. Alright. Work on now making some sort of nice feel to it. Because this is... Go back up here. Here's our opacity a bit. Our tiles, how do we want to do this? Do we want to make it wood? We could try wood and see how it feels. We can take what we have currently with this and use this dark color for our wood outline. And let's see what that gives us. I'm curious. Let's change the opacity back so I can gauge where we're at. And then, let's start making some tiles. Maybe something like that. And then the wood comes in that? No. Hold on. Let's increase it so I can see what's going on. The wood should go in like this. And then that can go like this. Sort of woody tile feels, but you can kind of see. Is that gonna work? Oh no. I want it to be more mixed. So I think what we'll have to do is something a little bit simpler instead. Maybe shorter wood stalks. Maybe the best approach would be make everything red. And then we'll go in with the bigger color and do our bigger shapes. Try the good old blob method. We want straight wood. We want a little bit of cross section. And I think we don't want specifically round. We want a little bit of something. Only a smidge. We can have some outlines. maybe triple outlines for the wood. 1, 2, 3, something like here. Might be a little bit tricky, but we'll see. We line those two up. Maybe another wood here. Something like that. Possibly, but again... It might be best to keep the eyes going in the same direction. For example, right now our wood is going up and down, but our tile or our wall is going back left to right. So let's try mimicking that and keeping in tune with that pattern. And again, because the wall is so busy, let's try to keep our floor a little cleaner compared to before. Maybe it can be larger planks. That way we can add bolts into it. Larger wood pieces. Maybe something like this. Maybe. We'll see. Also uneven. I am not amused. It needs to be bigger if I don't want it to be uneven. Okay, let's try this. And then with wood, wood's very closely fit together, depending on how you make your wood. I'm kind of looking at wood with lines and everything, and I like the style of having little lights here and there for wood. If we want to keep that idea, we're gonna have to make a few sacrifices. And I think that starts with another approach. I'm a little stuck, but when you're stuck, all you gotta do is try something else. Let's try a pattern like this. Maybe we can try making rhythms, like before what we saw with the grooves. Waves instead, though that would imply it's bark. Let's give it a try. Something like this. And add this again for the double lines. Maybe then it goes down and up and over. That's too much of a pattern. Maybe we can go for sort of tiled flooring compared to before. Something where it's blocks. Not blocks. It's this. We get a little bit bigger. Like that. Checkerboard pattern maybe. How does that look? Not too bad. Hopefully. Maybe we can stick to that idea. You could also try chopping it in half a little bit. For example, how long is this? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. We can take this and put this here. Take this out. 1, 2, 3, 4. This becomes this. And then, oops, that becomes that. So that goes up top. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Red goes up top, red goes on the bottom. Maybe. It would be red, and then it would be white, and then it would be red, and then it would be light. This is red, this is not red. And now we can kind of try and erase everything. You can see what I mean. Let's start off with the insides to make it easier to see. So if that's red, because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4 up there, that's all becoming light. This is staying red. This is becoming red. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay. This becomes, and it's a little, I'm even getting confused. But this is fine. Let's do up and down. I think that'd be easier. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Like this. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? And now we just have to reverse it. This is red, light, red, red, light, green, light, red, light. Then we go back to red, and the light, red, light. That looks a little bit better. Feels nicer, I think. And now what we can do is take away these corner pieces, I think. Something like this. Maybe. We'll have to see how it looks. 2, 3, 4. I don't like it. I think this works better. This sort of checkered feel to it. It's bigger shapes, especially when the background's super small. And again, because we don't want the wall to be so detailed, because right now it is very detailed. But still, the important part is we can still see our character very clearly. They'll be the brightest thing in the room. Now I think this is good. Maybe make the flooring lighter? So again, just depends. Undo, 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 undo. If we make the flooring a little bit brighter, if it were darker, it might look something like this. Oh. Again, it depends on what we're going for. We're going for sort of temple, well, dark, old. This doesn't feel like that. There is always changing our minds and going somewhere else with everything. Just depends. Right now, I feel like adding some dots to our board. Bruise or something. We can't do that. I really wanted to try accomplishing some wood, but I think with the way everything is, it's not possible. Let's go back to our... where is it at? Here. Get some ideas. Here. Okay. So what I'm seeing is mossy, you get different mossy colors, and then you have stone. Maybe that's what we want to do. Mossy, stone at the bottom. Keep it simple. I do have a tendency to go non-simple very often. Let's try that instead. This becomes that, and that. And then you become the brighter color up here. And you go to that. I think that works a little better. Instead of doing a wooden floor, making it a little bit brighter. Check our values really quickly. Color mode. Rescale. Yeah, I think that works. The only thing we'll now have to do is maybe make it pop out a little bit more to show off it is a dungeony area. Now the question is, how do we do that? And to answer, well, we can try. Go ahead and make a dark color. Again, we want to make sure it's warm. I'm thinking maybe something like this, since we're seeing the top and a little bit of the side. Top and a little bit of the side means we can do this. And then now we make this a darker color. Dark, but warm. And then top and side. Top and side, top and side. And those few changes already make it, I think, look 10 times nicer. Then, we don't want to add shine, I think, again. If we do add shine, look what happens. It makes it look all nice and new. Doesn't it? Maybe 1 dot. 2 dots. Maybe a dot here. And I do think it makes it look a little nicer. We're not going for specifically nice. More so just not cold and harsh. Something a little bit warmer. Maybe... Right now, these kind of look like stairs. I think that's where I'm going wrong with it. You might have to do some sort of outline, possibly, to imply the dimensions. Maybe something like this. And then that, and that. And then that. And then it just turns into bricks all over again. Right. Like, But I don't think the perspective's right on this. That's why I'm not convinced. It does look nice, but it feels more like you're walking upstairs, in a way. I think we should try something a little bit different. because it's top down, we're not seeing the bottom or the sides. Maybe this is the right way to go about things, and maybe we can make the sides a little bit darker instead. No cracks or creases in between. Let's give that a try instead. We go over here. Oops. Well, I didn't get that color, but we'll get it. Let's try doing it this way instead to see if it changes at all. I might have to do a whole stream dedicated to wood all over again. I've done wood in a good second, and I feel like it's lacking. It's all about trying and seeing. Oh, this needs to be a darker color. It needs to be dark and warm. Something like that. Oops. This perhaps? Does this make it feel better? Let's see. I think that makes it feel better. A little bit, right? These are kind of the creases in the ground. That's what I'm getting. It's like up, down, up, down, up, down. It makes it look a little rocky. Let's try changing it a little bit darker as well. You can take the continuous and just do all of that. And I definitely get a different feel from it. However, I'm not convinced. Let's look at some more inspo and see if we can get anything from it. Let's see. What? The floor tiles, these are bricks. Makes sense. And then you have the back wall. Again, you can notice there's a lot. Oh. I noticed this time. We're good. Back wall is lighter and faded or darker. These again are your top or your side scrollers. We're looking for more of the top-down feels to see if we can press something. But look at these. I always think it's really interesting. So let me go ahead and pull in some top-downs, and we can look and try to see if we can get anything from it. We have Pokemon Fire and Red. Noted this before. Ooh, look at that. Maybe we can try something like that. That sort of diagonal styling. This one has dots for dirt. You know what? Dirt. Let's do dirt. I think dirt would be super helpful for this. And keep the contrast as well. Do this. Oops. Not all continuous anymore. Okay. From where we were. And then color that all in. I think this is the first time I've ever done a non-saturated piece. Feels weird. There's a first time for everything. Now we can kind of take maybe a spray can and add some peppered dots around everywhere. Maybe we can add some green to show the grass growing as well. Let's go ahead and do maybe a spray can. We want the spray can to have brush type. Nope. We want the spray to be big. Oop. Okay, never mind. Not big. Smaller. We want to spread. Turn down the speed maybe? I don't mess with this tool very often. We just want a peppery feel. I mean, spray can can't do it. We're gonna have to step in. But first things first, I want to take our green and add some greenery here. Spruce the place up, but I do want to check to see if that green... Oh, color mode. That green kind of... No, we're good. As long as we make the player the brightest thing. I think adding some green will contrast everything that's super dull. Because by comparison, this is pretty bright. I'm just making it a little less harsher on the eyes. Maybe something like this. Maybe we can take a little bit of this. Bit of a grassy, dirty texture. But we don't want it to feel like it's in place with everything. You kind of gotta get a little bit creative. Maybe add something here. Add something down here. No, we gotta add something down here. Maybe one of those 3 numbers. And then something like this. No, that one's above. That one above's like that. So let's do this. Or maybe this. Single. Yeah. Okay. I think that works a little bit better. Kind of doesn't feel too tiley anymore, I think. And we can turn back on the opacity, and you can see that green pops. And we kind of want it to pop. But we can make it a little, we can blend it in a little bit more by making everything else dark. And you can tell that green does not fit in. Maybe actually we change the green. What happens if we do this? Less green, but now it's less saturated. We don't want that specific. Maybe a little bit darker? Maybe. Or maybe we do dirt. You're back, you were eating. Walls are nice. Thank you, thank you. We're all done with the walls. How was your food? Maybe something like this for the lessen the contrast. Or maybe we don't even do grass at all. Kinda depends. I'm thinking we add some dirt feel or area around this. Warm, dark. It always is. Now we can add a little bit of patchy dirt. Hopefully this is what it will look like in this rhythmic area, but we'll see. I'm not sure how this is gonna look. New method, never seen before. Something like this. I think kind of shows some dark areas in the ground. It'd be nice if it kind of swayed back and forth a little bit when you edited it. But I think this works. Then we can make this dark and warmer. Signal it is getting darker. Though we don't want it to be too blended. Right now, it's blending in with the dirt. Make it a little bit darker. Not too dark, and that's the issue here. It's always too dark. Maybe we can swap these colors around somehow? Was good, you didn't eat a lot. You ate too close to the earliest meal. You don't know how to say the meal you eat at 12 a.m. Morning? Breakfast? Is that what you mean? Let's... Ooh. And then let's make this the darker color. After the breakfast lunch. What would we make us? Oops. And then we take our darkest color again. I mean, it's not too bad. I think we can alter it a little bit. Yeah, okay. I got ya. Maybe a little bit too close to lunch for dinner. Make this warmer, darker. I kind of like how we had it. Maybe we don't add the green shrubbery. Maybe that's what's messing us up. We can just kind of get rid of it. But when we do it like that, now it kind of looks like wood, which is interesting. My goal is to make it look like patches. Let's try going back and changing this up a little bit. My goal is more so of a patchy dirt. Maybe... well, let's see. I'm thinking we can maybe try some bubbles? Some circles? Of course! How do you say it in French? Bubbly brown, I'm thinking. Hey, for our dirt, let's add some of you. Maybe kind of make you a little bit like this, like that. Lunch. Dirt patches. Maybe Something a little diamondy? Or splatters, yeah. And a little splatter here. And then splatter here. Nah. Alright. I think it's that time again. We need to look at Pixelart dirt. There should be some ideas in where we looked at before. Let's see. I did like how, let me go back to paragraph. I do like how Pokemon did this. Maybe that's all we have to do. Some darker colors to symbolize dirt and some darker colors to symbolize rubble. Do that before we get too extreme. Ah. Le rapes du midi, or it looks like de la nord. But I see. That's interesting. Thought about learning French, but giving that up for learning Japanese. Let's try adding some dots. Maybe a dot. Oh, actually, I think this works. Just a few scattered dots here and there. And then I can... French is too hard, too many rules. Yeah, I did learn that. I did learn that indeed. I did not get good grades. Let's add some gray for some rubble. Maybe a lighter gray. Make it pop out a little bit more. Up here. Don't want it to be too similar. Right now it's at the top. Maybe we make it towards the side. Maybe we add one up here and down here. You had French at school? Yeah. French at school, and I did not do good. I had to leave the class. That's how bad it got. Maybe some darker pieces of dirt. I'm kind of not enjoying this gray though. Maybe we can go in the darker direction. Like this? In that case, we can populate everything a little bit more. Like that, I'm thinking. Does it look nice though? I think it fits for what we're going for. Nothing too extreme texture. Just a little bit of dots here and there, and that kind of works. You always find that weird that big countries learn the languages of small countries. Yeah, it's interesting. Most people opt for French, usually, instead of something like Spanish, which is more common. Let's go back to here. And then here. Let's see. Yeah, I kind of like the dotted feel of it. Maybe we can add pops of warmth. Maybe a little bit warmer orange might help. Let's give that a go. Back to A spray. Let's make this a little warmer. And warming up the tones. Like, you get to be warm, and you get to be warm. Kind of like that. And then, by the way, sorry if your sentences are not good or if you do some mistakes when you write. No, of course! I mean, the fact you know another language is already amazing in itself. It's one step more than most people. It's insane. Let's see. Just wondering if we want to do this color. Maybe if we make it warmer a little bit, darker. Does that change much? From far away, I think it does. I think if we make it a little bit warmer, it kind of shows off it being dirt more. Go down a little bit more. Ooh, that one's pretty nice. And if we do this dark color, because it's warmer, that means we can up this and make it a little bit lighter. And warmer. These colors. And you. All of these? Are all of you the same exact color? Huh. Okay, maybe not this bright. Maybe something a little bit different. Let's do maybe warmer? Yeah. Warmer was nicer. Warmer, shift that over a little bit. Says a reddish form. I like that a lot. Okay. Now what we have to do, work on the sides. Isn't that fun? Let's start off with, I guess, wall sides. Hello, welcome, Professor. Welcome, welcome. Sidewise. Let's see. Currently working on a very cozy, green, overgrown feeling dungeon. That is the aim of the game. And since we have our center, we can go ahead and move all of these off, since that is the center of this. Now let's try working on our sides for this. Initially it was top down, but it was top. It was side scroller, but I changed my mind. I'm gonna do something like this instead. So we shall do. So initially it was top down, and then I changed my mind, and then I changed my mind again. Oh boy. I'm thinking maybe we take some of this wall and we move it in with everything else. So we can take this wall and move the opacity a little bit. And then we can take manual modify existing tiles. No, we want to make new tiles. And then something along the lines of modifying it from here. Something like this, where it kind of goes up, down, all around a little bit. With our corners, we're kind of rounding everything out with our everything. And this kind of comes in. It's kind of like the dirt is meshing in, I'm thinking, with everything. That's that idea. But first, we can make a border around it all. Let's go ahead and do that. Border done. And now we can Control A, I think? No, Control D. There we go. That's what I was looking for. You can see it got alpha locked. All you have to do up here is just click from symbol ink to lock alpha. And I had it set for Control D for me. Now we can kind of do our little thing and adding some walling. I kind of think the wall kind of eroded around the plants, and now we're kind of left with a plant feel to our surrounding areas. Something here. Bring that back a little bit. Maybe make this that, and then go back into our regular brush. First make it small like this, and then now we can make it a little bit bigger. Bring that out, bring that out. Something like that. And now we go back to full. And we've got this feeling of it being a dirt patch for now. I think that works. Though, we can kind of round it out just a wee bit. Maybe some around here. This can come up a little bit, come down a little bit. Maybe lighten that up, just so it's not too pokey. That's not how you'd say it, too pokey. Move this a little bit so it rounds out. Kind of clean this up. And as I'm cleaning this up, I'm realizing, I'm not sure if I like that. And since I don't like it, all we have to do is do this, delete. Like that. And we start again. That's the cool part about tiles. Alright. So again, let's try an outer edge. This time with new ambitions. this is just tiles wrapping in from the corners. I don't think we need too much work on it. It's supposed to be the main part of the room. So I do think adding this kind of separates it from the wall, but since the player can walk on this dark part, maybe not the best choice. We can kind of round this out a little bit, like this, right? And then, yeah, like that. Keep it feeling that bubbly idea. That, yeah. And then maybe we can add some of you guys down here, like this. You gotta head out for the evening. Have a great rest of your stream. Thank you! Thank you for coming! So much. Let's see. Some of these. Some of those. And I think this works out great. Kind of adds a little bit of a border. Not too much, but good enough border. Yeah. I think the wavy adds to everything. And I think if we just modify it a little bit, we'll be good to go. That's 3, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oops. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, is that right? Ooh, I feel like I've missed something a little bit. That one comes up to about here, right? All the way across, and it goes here. All the way across, it goes here. Yep. It goes all the way across, and it goes... Oh, it's dropping down. It goes there, actually. So let's get rid of that. And then get big again, eyeball it. All the way across. So it needs to slide up one. Yeah. Needs to slide up one just a little bit. Everything's gotta scoot over. Let's go ahead and scoot it. Everyone's gotta move to the left. Like that, I think. And I think we're all good from there. Yep. And then now we can add some of you guys. And again, make sure it's small enough. Go up. You. Small enough, go up. You. Small enough, go up. You. Is this you? Hold on. From here. Yes. Now that I'm doing this, I've realized the the symmetry tool would have been better. Shoot, symmetry tool. What? There's a symmetry tool. Don't know about it. All right. So now we can say even this is this, and then that corner is this corner, and that corner is this corner, like that. Now we need to add our other walls. They go all along here. We're gonna need a corner and everything. That shouldn't be too bad, I don't think. We just need a way to show a middle area. And if we go back to our concepts, you can kind of see what we can do is just have a line up top and then black. Half texture, half not. I think that'll be our way to go. I'll move us back over to A-Sprite. Get some water. And now that we have our water, we can start on the other thing. First, I think, is figuring out this corner tile. Let's go back to untiling that. And was it A that I did? No. Here. Simple. D. Right there. Oops. That's tab. Now what we want to do is make some corner angles. I was thinking that this was the best idea for a corner idea, but nah. That seems not to be the case. So we can go back to modify manual. And I'd love to just be able to flip everything. Stardew Valley, that it awakes some feeling in your heart. It should. It's a good game. A wonderful game. What, it did do something. Let's see. We want it to be a rounded edge. I'm thinking maybe something like this. And then something like this to round out our wall. And then we're gonna have to take this big guy and modify him again. Do you remember when you did it with your best friend? It was incredible. I bet. It was so fun. Well, I'm so glad it came out with multiplayer. It really makes it nice. I'm also realizing this is where we should have that end wall be. Yeah, Stardew Valley's so lovely. I'm so glad it has a modding community, keeps it nice and fresh. It makes it great. It's this big, wow. Okay, so again, this guy needs to be that big. Because we need an outer area, but we can have a curve. And then that curve just goes, oh, curves are wrong. Hold on. It needs to go to here. Like this. And then erase all of this, like so. And let's see. Yeah, co-op in the game like that, maybe the last thing you can add, but it's the best thing. Yep. I wholeheartedly agree. Makes it super fun. Especially when you're all racing to figure out who's gonna date who, but you both have the same love interest, so now it's got some competition. Racing to talk to them the first day, racing to ask them to the flower dance. A lot of fun. I wish there was just an easy way to flip it, if you think. Leah? I've heard Leah's a really good pick. I tried bachelorette finding, but none really caught my interest, unfortunately. So I always kind of let everyone fend for themselves. Let's see. Is there a way to rotate? Yeah, that'd be the nicest thing to do. Rotate the sprite sheet. Do we need a bottom? In Stardew, there is a bottom. So we do need a corner turn piece. Alright. I guess, if we must, we'll add that corner piece. Go here. And then do this. Copy. And we just need to figure out oh! I did something! And it worked! Control Z. I don't know what I did though. It flipped it, which is what I wanted. Let's work on all of this and maybe then we can do it. See, this is bottom. Oh, that's why it flipped. I already had one that was flipped. I got excited. Oh wow. Okay. Now let's add the top of this wall. It should be simple enough. It's just that same exact texture we had before. However, we're going to need to make this continuous texture. We go here, and we need it to line up with what we have up here. Let's go ahead and just do this. That way we can make sure it loops. And we'll grab these colors, and we should just be able to pick from these colors. And it should work. We'll go ahead and existing. Since this is the wall, I actually think it would be something like this. A little bit of variation over the top. Maybe a little bit like this. And you got your 1, 2, 1, 2s, add a little bit of a sheen. And now we add our light parts to the walls. Now, our original bricks are too long. Let's try to stick to too long. And let's make it this. 1, 2, line, 1, 2, line, 1, 2, line. Go back over here. 1, 2. Oh, no. We're off by 1. Doesn't matter too much. It might hurt me internally for my time to come. But it's the best we can do with what we have. So it might have to be, unfortunately. And then because this is red, let's make this one Well, that one's a corner one. All we have to do is now just go with red. We can maybe add our gray in. Now let's add our green. Or our gray. This one's our gray, right? Ah, we didn't add our gray. Some of that. And then, did we miss a color? Nope. We can add a little bit more red. Maybe a red here. And then maybe another green here. And a green here. Oops. Now this is where we split up at. This goes here. Something like that. And now... Oh, hi Q! Welcome! Welcome, welcome. We're working on a very warm and comfy tile set for a dungeon. Got a little bit of feel to it, but overall, it'd be nice. Hoping it's nice. We'll see. I think it's coming along great right now. Just needs a few tweaks here and there, and then it'll be good. Can you put the bottom line down, or do you have two spaces everywhere? The thing about this texture is that it goes up and down, so it's the same exact texture. For example, you can see down here what happens. So if I go up and down, it might make it a little wonky if we look at it. We can always try. The thing is, it loops, so that's where we're getting that weird texture from. And also, yeah, we're good. Maybe we can move it up one, possibly. We can try something like that instead. It looks a lot better, I think, instead of the 3. I think having the 3 green is better overall. And then, as for these colors, I don't know, it feels a little hard to look at for some reason. But I think that's just me. What we do now is we take these lights that we had again, and we can edit them a little bit to make it the same, so to speak. Add some of these bright shining lights, and it loops around. Ah, that's why. What's this line? That's our line separator for our walls. We do need that. This can be something like that. Then we can bring that red back in and line it up with that 2. And we can go in and use all of these colors that we have available. This line can come in here maybe and do this. Maybe we can even block out this corner piece entirely and don't even worry about it. Something like this. So it takes care of all of that we don't need to see. Or something else. You can watch Pixelart stream during hours and chill. And is so chill. I'm happy! Like I said, Pixelart's very relaxing. So it's fun to... I'm learning, but it's relaxing. And this is just a nice kind of break. Now that we have this, we might have to do this and then make this that, maybe. This is in light. That's the other side of the wall. That's why it's a little wonky. But I think this is fine. Since it's the top we can say is always lit. And if we rule that the top, you're learning too, but it's hard making good pixel art. It is. I'm hoping in these streams, because I haven't done it before, hopefully we can be bad together, and from there get good together. Let's see. Maybe some lines. Like, oh, that's 3. Hold on. Nope, that's erasing. And then here. And then here. That one's tricky. I'm thinking something like that, maybe. You're gonna read? Thank you! I wasn't always this way. One time. Here, hold on. Really quickly, just to show you. My downloads? Here. This is the first time I ever did a tile set. It's looked like this! And since then, I have not touched tile sets. And this is the second time I'm trying out tile sets. And all I did was just taking what I saw other people doing, trying to figure out why they did it, and then applying it to my own work. Tile set? Yep, we're doing tile sets. That didn't look like a tile set, did it? Right. And I improved so much. Yeah, I did. Hopefully I can only go up from here. However, this has got to get moved in a little bit, I think. But indeed, I'm very happy with the progress. This is looking a lot better than I first anticipated, which is great. I never know how it's going to look when I come into these streams. But 9 times out of 10, I'm usually very happy with the results. So I'm very happy. Trying to just tweak the lighting a little bit. For example, this isn't dark anymore. It's like this. Maybe we can add a little bit of variation with the dark for the top. Something like that. Possibly to make it feel a little bit more textured. Something like this, where it's just a little bit more than what we have. Add a little bit of a feel to it instead. It's not completely blank up top. I think could help. And then when we round this corner, we do this one, and then we do 2, and then we do maybe 3, and now we have a little bit more work to do. Maybe one of those there, and then you down there, one down you. And just have to figure out a good variety. And we'll be all good. Maybe 3 of you. I know I did 4 before, so we'll do 4 of you. Then we can do 1, 1, and then 1, 1, 2. Something like that. And then I'm thinking these bricks are too long. That's what it feels like. Let's push it in a little bit. And we can do that by selecting and then push. Yeah, I think that's a lot better. Keeping them that little short feel, I think helps a lot. And then I think maybe we can add a little something along the ends of these walls and make it feel a little bit more something. I'm getting a feeling, but that, no. Maybe keeping it like this for now is good. Now we just have to learn how to flip stuff, and then we'll be good. Right now, oh boy. I don't know. What I'd like to be able to do is just flip and be done. That is not what the program says I'm allowed to do. And apparently, I'm being bogged down by a program. Let's see. 1, 2, no. Up here it was 2. Something like this is what it was up top. And then we just finish this out like this, and then 2. We add our line, so 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Up here and here. And it should be good to go, for the most part. Add some of our green back. Add some of that gray. Not gonna lie, but you can also be a good voice actor if you haven't tried it yet. I hope to voice act in my games. That should be fun. But yeah, I love acting. So hopefully, soon, TM, I'll be able to put my acting to good use. So thank you. Just not too sure about this corner piece. Weird. Maybe we can round it out a little bit. Maybe that's what we're missing. Like that? Yeah, I think that works better. Rotate them by selecting the thing. You rotate them by selecting the thing you want. Then you go to the menu on top and click on rotate. You don't know the shortcuts? Maybe we can try. I would like to not be able to do this all over again. Let's see. I can click on edit, I believe, and then oops, select this tile and select that tile, or how do I select tiles again? Manually modify existing. You're only able to demonstrate Batman, and that's it. I mean, not a lot of people can do Batman. This is a skill in itself. Just trying to think. How do you rotate? I know you can do it here. Okay, here. There's probably something on Google. How to rotate sprite in tile set. Batman, yeah! Rotate sprite tile set a sprite. Rotating tiles. Let's see. Gotta load. You cannot rotate right now. Yeah. Okay, fine. Have it your way. I guess we'll have to work with what we have. And to work with what we have... I mean, technically, what we can do is duplicate. Not duplicate. Convert to layer. Copy, undo, new layer, paste. Oh, didn't work. Okay. Maybe copy, paste? Is this our wall? Oh, I think we did it. Okay. And then with that wall, then we can flip it, which is just Shift and H, I think? Shift H. Ah, okay. You can grow, you can learn. Get good. We can go back to our wall and then modify existing and do exactly what we did here. Yeah. Let's see. I just wish there was a way to add to tile set. If I paste, it doesn't paste. Merge layer with tile set. Paste right. Nah. You cannot. I'm starting to see some limitations here, Ace Sprite. I thought you were better than this. Alright then. In that case, I'm thinking we can just take this wall guy, go back here and just copy and paste. It is tedious. Boy, oh boy. Also, why won't you let me... Oh, okay, good. We have this and this, so... 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 1, 1. You can do the rotate. No limitations in Ace Sprite. You can with regular stuff, but I'm not too sure about tile set mode. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. And then we add the red and the green. The green ends here. Or no, it ends here. Yeah, here. Green and then the red. Oops. Red and then the white. You probably should have started with the other colors. Oh, bye. Yeah. There is a way to do it in a different program, and I thought about using the program this stream, but then I wanted to try doing it the way most people probably do it first to see what it's like. And now I'm realizing why a lot of people use this program. It's a tile setter. You don't know about tile sets? You're not at this level, you're still at level 1. Tile sets is something new, or as new as this program being old can get. I think it came out either a year or 2 ago. So it's still new, but you can definitely rotate tiles. That's what I did. I rotated this, but I can't put it on a tile sheet. You can kind of see at the bottom here how this has a symbol on it. This signifies it's a tile. Well, it's a tile sheet. And so because of that, it follows different rules, unfortunately. But I copied. Nice and easy. And then we can do the same thing with the other ones. Painfully. You were right though. Just not for tile sets. They follow different rules, because I also assumed you could do it. And then I learned you can't. So it hurts. Oh, this also needs to be colored as well. And then I also need to do one for below. And then we should be good to go. Let's add a line here, add some lines, and maybe... yeah, a dot. And let's go ahead and highlight all of you. Let's go ahead and add a little bit of feeling to you, so you're not just a single line. Maybe one of you down there, up there. Make you all 4. Line you 2 up, and then do 2 and 1. Something like that. And now let's rotate. Oops, I also just realized I did not do it on the right. Okay. Yup. I don't know if I'll be using a spray for tile sets again. As this... pain. Lots of it. I didn't do it on the right layer, but again, doing something on the wrong layer is more of a me thing, less of an A sprite thing, but I should just be able to merge down. That's what I'm complaining about. 1, 2, 3, and really quickly just 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Okay, we should be good to go now. And now we can move this wall guy over here. Like so. And then we flip it. Now this is where the flipping comes in. I believe it was Shift H. Yep. And now we just have to copy and paste. Manually. Not with the tool that we should be able to do it for. Unfortunately. All the way down here and here. Then we add this line into here. And then we take these two colors and we alternate. So dark, light, dark, light, dark, light. Then we take our other two colors. So no, same colors. So this is dark, and then this is this one. Dark, this one. We take those two. Light. So this is the limitations, apparently. Yep. It does not. I'm guessing because it's still quote unquote new. That might be the reason why it's not as polished as it could be. That'd be my guess though. But that's our other side. And now we can go here. We can take this. We can grab our 25. Oop. Not like that. Grab our 25. Go up, up, up. And now we gotta do the same thing with the corner. So erase all this. So we can yoink this corner from here. Oops, I yoinked too much. I just need you. Let me move it over here. Oh, where'd my color go? There's no color on this area. Well, did I see the color? Is it because it's so similar? Maybe? Possibly? Hold on. This is this color. Oh, did not mean to do that. Okay, save. Go back to wall. Make sure I don't have that selected. And now we can go and select. Where's our blue at? Do not use our blue again. Here. That's green. This is auto edit. What is this doing? I think I have to click this one, right? No. Something's not... Oh, I used the wrong tool. There we go. Yeah, that color is empty. This should be this color. It'll let me fill it in. Keep pressing the wrong button, apparently. Now I have brush. It's here. Let me do it. When I have this layer, no. Okay. I think maybe I have something selected? I had something selected. It's always the one things. Fooled by the background, yep. It's always the little things. Well, I can just do that. That fixes that, but we kind of have two things beside each other that are pretty similar. But I think it's fine. It's different enough. It also means ignore all of that. Let's turn this back off so we can see. And this is supposed to be this color. There we go. This is this blue, right? Yeah, okay. Now we take this little wall here, Shift H, move him over, and now we gotta put him here. All nice and fancy like. We should be able to add and modify existing, and then come up to here, then do 1, 2, all the way over here. Then we can take hue, light, and darks, And then we can do all the way down here. 1, 2, 1, 2. And that. And now we add these two. And from here we do 1, 2. And then we fill that in. We do 1, 1, 2, 1, 2. And we do 1, 1, 2, 1, 1. And then we do 1, 2, 3. Oh, hold on. Oh, I messed up a little bit. Here. It should be up 1. Like that. Okay. Where were we? We're not counting. Here, all here, these two. And then we just add our colors in. And we also have to tweak that again. That shouldn't be too hard. Okay. And now we gotta tweak this. You can see up here what it's like typically, or what I made it look like. And all that was doing is just... if it will let me... This is modify and reuse existing. If I set it here... unselect. Now... oh! That's why. Again, layers! Okay. Like that. Right. No, no, no. It would have to be something like this. Like that. Kind of, sorta. Meshing it a little bit better with our corners. I think that kind of works. And then we can maybe add our lines here for our depth of color. And I think that works. And now all we have to do is up here. And to do that, I'm thinking all we do is just grab and yoink these guys. All of them? Yeah. All of these guys. We pull them down here. And again, we just flip them. And we put them up here. You always forget to change the layers you're working on. Hopefully merge down will never get removed. If it does, a lot of artists are going to be in trouble. Also including me. As I live vicariously through merge down. I need it. I need it a ton. Okay. Right now, our slight issue is that at least for down here, we don't have a wall because of the way these tiles are. We need tiles that kind of... we can use these, I think, but we'll need to wrap them around a little bit. We'll see. Right, so we take all of these and we do... oops. Undo. We need to do this button. That makes new tiles. And now we have to copy and paste by hand. I can't stress that enough. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Now let me zoom in a little bit better. So I can see it, so I can squint. You have you two, and then you have red. All of you go up. Like so, and then you have your green. 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 Red. Gray. Okay. And now, right now, our standard length of these is different for these bottom ones, but we can make it 3 long, like we did the sides, just because of the perspective. So in doing that, what that means is we can kind of move it a little bit more. You can grab you for now, and we can change your variety later. I just want to get you down packed. We can make these. That's 3 long. This is 4. I just want to get down the base for the spacing. Like so. All of you guys gotta be moved. It has to be done. It wasn't me who made this choice. And here. Okay. And then we do... what is the green thing below your after? It is a squid. Adorable little squid. His name is Bobby. And he is an inspiration to us all. Let's see. Sure. You stay around long enough, you'll see these everywhere. Everywhere all at once. Just filling all... well, why am I doing this? I could could just use the fill tool. A little squid bead. Now, he can't speak, but he speaks with his eyes. Let's see. Get all of this filled in. You down here, up 2, 1, 1. You guys can get filled in a little bit. Then you're none. I think you could be at least 1. And then you can be 3. We can set you to maybe like this. No, we don't want 3 exactly. He speaks directly to your soul. You feel him. Exactly. He works in mysterious ways. Now this feel, okay, this fill does work. Fill that in. Select feel. Glad you can feel him though. He's always there, always watching. Okay, so this is the wall here. Now we just have to link it up. So everything else, we're gonna have to find some sort of... Oh, we're gonna need a corner tile. True corner tile. Oh no. Okay then, well, right now... Did I not copy everything? Hold on. Undo? No, redo everything I did there. Here. No, I didn't copy everything. Up here it kind of changes a little bit depending on what you're using. I thought I copied these lines. That's what I thought. Let's move them down. Or, no, I can't move them down, can I? Is it these lines that I copied? But it doesn't go all the way. I'll assume what's next after this. Pattern recognition. Recognition. A little like that. And then that. To fill out everything. Unless this breaks it. Hopefully not. And then we can add a line. And that's our bottom. However, now we have to modify these two a little bit. For example, we need a corner piece and we need a piece. Or actually, no, we should be fine, I think. We just need a corner piece. For example, this guy down here, which one is he? This is our number 23. And I can move him here. And we can take 23 and use number 24 here. And now we just need to add some tiles that match up to these corners. It shouldn't be too tricky. We just need to round these. And let's give it a go as soon as I figure out how to return back to normal. Okay. Let's try doing maybe something like this, and then 1. Our other ones are 2. Let's be consistent and stick with the 2 roundness. Like this. This will be 2 round. Go over here and do the same. Probably should have waited before. Nah. It was time for that. Okay. And then... Oh! I mean... Do we need to have... Can we just make this red? Not that one. That one can't be red. But this repeats with red. That's a little bit of an issue, but it's okay. I think it still works. And I think we'll be good. Yeah, I mean, it kind of repeats, but in the sense that it's okay it repeats. You know, it doesn't need to. Also, where is that other bottom corner guy? Okay, we're good. Here he is. Don't need too many of you. I just want to make sure I don't delete it. Let's see, this is this bottom corner. Okay. And then let's make this one normal. That's our room. Now we can go ahead and add a little bit more. I mean, usually what you do is you just add black for the rest of the tile. For example, once this tile's done, you just fill it up and fill it in, and it's just black. But you could always just have a You could always just have what's the word? You could always just have a background for it. You don't have to worry about that. But I think this is good. And let's give it a go. Let's see, sprite size, or not sprite size, canvas size. Let's stretch it out a little bit. And now let's make a little dungeon room. Maybe we can do something. Let me go ahead and sketch it out. Let's see, take our sketch. I'm thinking we make this a little bit of flooring, maybe this a little bit of flooring with some wall in between. Maybe make it a 3x3 with a little chest or something. Or maybe a flower, some sort of scene where you're walking along the hallway here, and then you turn in and there's a flower. And we want 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. It needs to be about this big. And I don't think we have inner corners. So we're gonna need to make inner corners. After that, we should be good to go. Let's quickly make some inner corners. You're so tired of this day, you're falling asleep. What time is it for you? I know that's different for sure. Alright. See how far we can get along with lining this wall. This would be here, here, here. And then we have this here. Oh, okay, here, here. Oh, not down there. It's 11:43 p.m. Oh, that's late. Why aren't you sleeping? Getting some good old quality Z's. You're just a light, like, night owl? I can totally agree to that. I think this goes up, right? Yeah, that goes up. This goes to our side. We then have to make our corners turn. And we can do that now. What converts it? We need 22. This guy. That's what converts it. And we take our 22, and then we take our other one. What number is it? 27. And we smush that guy in there. And now we can take the lighting on this top. And since this is all 3, we can then add... Oh, I mean, we don't even need to add the end guys. Kind of just meshes in. Really not a night owl since 10 p.m. is your bed call. I mean, what are you doing right now? I mean, you can be both a night and dark. Get a little bit of a nocturnal feel. Sometimes work. Let's see. I'm gonna grab this guy for our bottom. And this one for our bottom. And then you for our full bottom. We need to grab our wall sides for these guys. I'll grab you too. Now I will say it's a little bit hard to control. Pixelart is calling you. Yeah. Call of Pixelart calls us all. And when it calls, we must answer. I agree, I agree. We need some of these. Like down. Do we have any? Oh, it'd be this wall. Ooh. That might be a little bit of a dilemma. No, I think we'll be fine. This is our wall. It goes along this side. And then we need something to turn back. This is our side, so we do here and here. We need a way to... We need corners. Oh boy. Okay, corners. Right. Gotta connect these two. So we'll go back to our control, turn off our sketch, and connect them. And I can do this button, and it should edit and make a new one. Maybe something like that. To continue this pattern, we have... It's satisfying to be able to tile set. Gun feels like, yeah. Like a big old sticker book. Legos works too as well. I 100% agree. Just wondering, corner-wise, what do we do? This is how we're doing the corners currently, where it's a bit of a stretch. Maybe something like this to round this guy out. And then, well, let's go ahead and just draw all of this. This is our edges. And then from our edges, we can kind of figure out how we want to space things. This is 2. Draw that there, 2. Draw this here. Well, that's 3 actually. 3. And then maybe this one's a little tricky. Maybe something like that. Kinda sorta is, but isn't that corner guy. And then we can add some of this along our edges again. Maybe here. Yeah, the sheen kind of comes in and goes. We'll need all corner tile pieces for this angle. Might be a little longer. We'll see. For this, we're gonna need corner. If that is the case, I'll copy all of these guys, and see that's the thing that we run into now, is the fact that... Ooh. That works? But I can't rotate. But I can select, but I can't rotate. Can I can't rotate. You just have to press the buttons. Oh, okay. We'll get this done in no time then. Wonderful. No more suffering. Let's do... This makes it 10 times easier. Something like that. And then now we can modify... Oh man! Call it second wind. As I am ready to finish this up. I was dreading it, but no. No need to dread. It's all good. Maybe a line like this to indicate it is indicate it's the end. Something like this. You're probably gonna have to take it from... Yeah, okay. Now that we know what we're working with, this can work. No doom. What we do is we yoink this corner guy. This is, yeah, from this side over here. We're taking the top and we need it to turn. But we need the edges of this. Otherwise, yeah, we'll need the edges of this. So we'll skip. Oops. I mean, I'm glad I found out in the long run, but it took me forever, oh boy. You can kind of grab that one though. And it meshes with everything. And that will be good. So we won't need a corner, we'll just need a corner. That's good to know. And in that case, we just need the colors of this top one. And we can then go back down here and paste them in. And we just need to grab everything that's up here, but see, the thing is, it's a little different. I mean, we can follow the same pattern that we have for that. And if that's the case, we can just grab these guys. This should be repeated tiling. Yep. And then we can make a really long line, like here, to show it's the corner. And then we can add some green, some U. Yeah, we have to add the right colors, which means this guy's got to come out a little bit, and this has got to be switched to the blue color, like this. Maybe a little like this. I think that works. So then, now we can just add a little bit of variation. Pop it up a little bit. Now, put the light in my eyes. Oh man. Come on. There we go. I can see again. Check. Yeah, we're good. Okay. We take our corner. I forget, how do we do corners? Okay. We're still following. I want to keep the same feel to it. Now what we can do is do some U. Maybe one of you. None of you. And then bring this open a little bit. Well, not too much, as we don't want it to feel like too much of a shiny feel. Bring the red down. Oops. Okay. And then, considering what we just learned, I should just be able to copy, paste, Shift F. Right? That's what I did? No. Shift H. And slot you in. We're good. We're good to go. Okay. And that should take care of our interior corner piece, right? And now we can keep going with our idea. Now we can do our lines. So those are these guys. Let's go back to our tiles. And we made the walls 3 tall. That's what we'll have to do here. We do the corner. By the way, love your avatar. Beautiful, love the hair. I'm glad you like her. I made it myself. Made me. Thank you. We can add some of these bottom edges. Like so. Maybe we want to do this is the end, but no, I think it's better to do some sort of feeling as if you're arriving. Well, I say made myself. I photo bashed. That's the best way to describe it. I took a lot of everything, put it together to make it work. So the hair, I made the eyes though. Eyes, colors, all of those things. Let's see. We need the bottom pieces from below here. And we need to move this up. Go ahead and grab you. You gotta get moved up. And then... Thank you. Let's see. I guess we can do 2 wide. 2 wide should be good. So this is all 2 wide and this goes all the way across here. Technically round this off, which we should. Let's just make the end of this corridor. We'll take this corner. We'll take the other corner. Now I feel like I'm zooming. No, I don't have to worry about those corner things. Oh, nice. Go up here. And take you. Take you. It's so cool. I haven't built a building before. This is neat. Alright. Our exterior is done. Now we need an interior. And that's where our dirt comes in. And I don't think I have a corner for the dirt. You should put LED for light. Is the dungeon? LED for light in the dungeon? Or do you mean like light bulbs? Or RGB lights? Which one would that be? Grab you. Your corner piece. And then swap you out. And then you're all bottom pieces. Go all the way along this bottom. We have our top side pieces. Like that. And then I think we're gonna need a corner piece. Bulb. Oh, but not for Christmas. Ooh. That could work. That could work maybe in the sense of because it's magical. Got maybe lights that look like Nami. Or Navi, right? From Zelda? Something like that. RGB. Oh, yep. Indeed. RGB would be funny. Let's see. Yep. We're gonna need a little corner guy here. Let's grab our center and just modify that corner. Grab this. I mean, technically we kind of already do have it modified. It doesn't look too bad because of the way we did it. But we don't even need it. Nah. Corner? Nah. I like this though. It's looking nice. It's about 5:56 now. I don't think we can do too much else. We did make a room. I guess we can, without modifications good enough. Yeah, I agree. Let's try making a little character. Yep, room. Now we would just need some decorations. Meantime, It's about to be 6. Let's see if we can get a little doodly character in here. I can close this up. Now their lines, if we want like a kid, just do they have maybe... I think red. I think making someone red would be a good idea. Red to light up the room. It would also crash against the green that we're gonna have. I've never been the best at sprites, so I love their horses. I've only just started learning, not there yet. Let's take this and quickly drag and drop it over here. Oh, it's a kid. Maybe let's do some pigtails? I always do pigtails, actually. Never mind. Go back on that thought. Let's do this instead. Maybe something like this. Have her head coming up. A little round. And then that's the back of her hair. I kind of want it to go up. Sort of like that. That's what I'm thinking. And then her skin. Let me zoom out a little bit so we can see. Oops. Full room view. Isn't that nice? Let's see. We can probably lower the saturation a bit, but we don't want to lower it too much. Maybe something like this. Again, we want the sprite to be the most brightest thing in the room. And right now, her hair is not. I think having the hair be bright would be good. But since it will make her pop. Yeah, see? She's already popping. We can maybe make her outline a little bit darker then. Red hair like Leah. What am I doing? Playing her right into the weak spots. Let's see. Maybe something like that instead. You can kind of see the hair a little bit. Comes all the way up here. Maybe she gets a little bow. Thinking of outlines. Maybe her eyes are... Oh, let's see, skin. She's more ghostly. Maybe it's not red. Maybe it's bordering on blue. And we do blue to show how out of place she is. And especially if she's going to be a ghost or some sort of spirit. Kind of offsets everything. It'll make her contrast, but that's too contrasty. I'd have to work on that a little bit more. But overall, I think this is nice. Maybe something this range up here. We don't want it to be too green. We're more so looking for that blue feel. And then we have here, maybe for the hair, or maybe for the skin. Now the hair. People with orange hair are called redheads or red hair. Both. Yes. Yes. Exactly. Leah turning to a ghosty. Indeed. I think the grandfather's skin is ghostly, right? Blue. It's got the blues and whites. Not too ghostly. Not too bright. Enough to be different. She's so tiny though. And then this entire thing. Maybe instead of a 2 feet here, he's now no feet. And instead, this. Like that. She's kind of in a nightgown or something. Grandfather taking your wife. Indeed. Come from the ghostly great beyond for one go only. This is eyes closed down. Let's see. Maybe something like this. And then eyes. The whites of the souls. Let's do white. Let's make it greener, maybe? This will take some tweaking around. I think making like this. A little face. We'll work on this for a little while longer. Then we'll be good to go. Cute. Yeah, I agree. It's always the little tiny eyes that make it very cute. Thank you. Maybe... add some bangs or something. Like this. And then hair kind of comes in. Have something like that. Maybe it just goes entirely down like this. Leaving her face to be a little more small, a little more childish. Those eyelashes have to change. I think they're gonna have to be something a little bit different. Probably something a little darker. Also, the hair is a little bit darker. Let's see. Color mode. That's still pretty good. Shows up well, but not what we want. We do want it to show up well. That is for certain, but it also means we can use the light blue as well to make the eyes light. Always things, little tweaks. I think this kind of works. Something at least simple-ish. We can make this. Why did I put the color mode? To see the difference in values. The goal is to make the character the brightest thing on screen. So if I can see the character differently than everything else, we're good. You can kind of see up here, it's a little bit lighter, but if it's too close to value, then she'll blend in with the background and we want her to pop out. Because we want her to pop out, we use different colors, and because we use bright colors here, she pops. Yeah, that's a nice trick I learned when it comes to value and everything. Of course, this though, maybe we could get rid of her hands. Yeah, get rid of her hands. Maybe give her a bit of a more boxy feel. Ooh, that kind of looks like a shirt. Maybe little tiny pixels. There's a lot you could do. You'd probably make her bigger as well, but this is just something to put in a little bit. Probably go up here a little. Open that up. Maybe we can make her eyes different. Maybe no eyes at all. Ooh, spooky. Turn off this. Slide her down a little bit. And just be smooshed. Not into oblivion, just smooshed. Something like that. And then, I mean, her face kind of looks like a heart in a way. Slide her body over, but her body's too wide now. Her face makes her heart, yep. I think that's pretty cute. Maybe we could do this. Little legs. Yeah. Every time we get excited. I just think this could maybe be paler. This is a little bit too cool and bright for my liking. Always the things with Ghost. You kind of can go any direction you want. And right now, that sticks out like a sore thumb, which is good. But if we wanted to make her blend in a little bit more, we might make this into more of a green feel. Maybe a bluish green. Move this into green a little bit. Ooh, kind of like that. Greenish feel for ghostly feel effects. I also think this could be changed a little bit. Let me slide this over a little to the left. And instead of all this, we can modify it to be maybe just straight down. Like this. Maybe this. A little bob to emphasize the heart feel to it. So maybe we can pick it up again. Maybe this? No, I would have to go down a little bit and then in. And I feel like it goes out. I think Pixelart hair is its own beast. Overall, I think this works. Let me see about making this a cooler color. Maybe. I don't want it to be too pop out. Something still within the range. And then change. For now, I think this works. Maybe just single dots. I don't know about the single dots. Now she's Frisk. Maybe something like this. And then... It's a little bit brighter. Kinda. Maybe. I do like that. Making her eyes bigger makes her look childish. So we do want to keep that. And this a little bit darker. To round out her eyes. If we put this here, it kind of doesn't. And I do like the heart feel to it. And I think by wrapping her hair around, it kind of emphasizes the heart, which I do like. We can add a little bit more to her hair, make it a little bit floofier. Something like adding back area. Maybe make this a little bit darker. Oops. But I think that green actually blends in with the background. Oops, wrong button. Yeah, so you can see how that green, right, around her hair, you can't really see it when we go to color mode. Right here. And because it blends in, you can't see it. So it's good for it to pop out. That way it's recognizable. What is the name of the heart, Carol? I don't have one. Not quite. Do you have one? I'm open to suggestions. Maybe her hands like here. Oh, that could work. Shows how free she is. Ghost Leah. We can call her Leah. Ghost Leah, that's funny. That's good though. Yeah, Leah the ghost. Fell down the well to look for her friends. I think that works. Great. I'm thinking maybe we can give her more of a ghostly feel to her body. We can whip this around a little bit. A wick here. Like that. I think works. And then as for these loops, you'd need to make it a little bit darker. You'd mess around with the colors lightly here. Like she's floating through the dungeon. Yep. Fell down the dungeon, became a ghost. Now she has to go through the dungeon and find her way out. The idea. And then this dungeon, it was a wishing well. She wished for something and got pushed into the dungeon maybe. It was a brief idea, but I think it could work. Given the right things. I really do like this heart. It kind of symbolizes warmth, brightness, despite the fact she's very cool and void of life. I think it helps. Since this is pretty boxy, we can maybe bump this up a bit. Move her head here. She looks adorable, that's for sure. Let's just do that, I think. Then you can make this darker and cooler. Now the thing is, because everything's outlined. Yeah, of course. Agreed. It's a little hard because everything's outlined. Let's check the color. I think that'll work. Kappa sent mid-sentence. You sent it alright. There we go. Maybe. Yeah, I definitely do think that blends in. Oh, it kind of looks like little blushes. Might have to make her body a little bit longer, but I don't wanna. If I do that, it kind of looks like a little blush. A little cold blush. Probably would have to modify the spread a little bit more. I don't think it fits quite exactly with this yet. I might work on this once the stream's over. But overall, we're done. We've also gone past time a little bit with this with Leah, but I think it worked. Today's stream, we just worked on first looking at tile sets. Let me bring you back to concepts. Thank you. Up on here on screen, we looked at some different games, some different perspectives. We discussed the different perspectives, the side, top down, isometric, depending on which we went with. We also studied up on artwork for a little bit, and we were able to take some of those study ideas and notes and move them to what we were working on. Here, we looked at a few more examples, and then after that, we made our own sprite sheet. Not sprite sheet. What was it? Tile set. We made our own tile set, which is here. And if I close all of this, we started with this very simple block. We moved down to here. Then from here, we moved to here to make it a little bit warmer, a little bit nicer. And because it was so wide, we squished it down a little bit. And that brings us to our walls. Nice and shiny. We added some dirt. I think this dirt works instead of some more tiles, because it's a very green environment. And then we made a room with a hallway with our player, who doesn't mesh in well, but oh yeah, we'll work something out with Leah. Maybe I can work a bit with her off stream. That'll be it for today's stream, though. Let me move you back. Here we are. And Dee Dee, thank you for coming, thank you for sticking around, and I hope to see you tomorrow. We'll continue work on my game, my typing game, where you type and cast spells to serve people at a cafe as a necromancer. So that'll be it. I will be excited. Very. Alrighty then, see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And let me click the thing.